Unanieka kwa mashaka Ngash. It's functioning. Hello. Hi Roy. Hi Caro. Hi Santos. Hi Ngash. Sijui Ngash amekuja na kina nani pa? Hello. Hi. How are you? Karibuni sana. Karibuni sana. Karibuni sana. Karibuni sana. Karibuni sana. Karibuni sana. Karibuni. Is it working? Okay. 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 Are we functioning? Are we on? Are we online? Is it working? Is it not? 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 Flashlight imefanya? Okay, sawa. Is it working? Okay. Nimeimba hadi wimbo zikaisha. Umemaliza? Bado? We. Okay. Hi. Hello. Hi. Ko sawa? Mko sawa? Okay.
Hello, can you hear me?
Sabrina.
Hello? Let's test.
Now testing. We are now testing. Testing, 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 testing. Testing, 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 testing. Can you hear me? Testing, 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 testing. We're good. Okay.
I want to speak. Okay. Mic check. Can you hear me? Mic check, mic check. Mic check. Yeah. Mic check. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Mic check. 1, 2, 1, 2, mic check. Can you hear me? Hello? 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 That should be the speaker side, eh? Mic check. Anything? Mic check. Mic check, mic check. Mic check. So that should be that should be a speaker out. Or right? Was it speaker?
Yeah, I can pick from, but now
Yeah, there was a cable.
Yeah,
So that guy, where is that gentleman? It looks like it's hanging, huh? Isn't it?
wait.
Yeah, it's hanging. So you need out.
What were you trying to hear yourself consume? Should be a patio on the speakers.
Now I want to do. I can hear.
I think we
But
have
now they need to hear.
we have a patio. But I thought I was here yesterday.
Yeah. Where is Yama?
Sure, the mic are connected, so you don't have an extra.
We have to have a mic. It doesn't matter.
Sorry?
This is number one.
So what needs to be in? Unless we do it
So
on
who-
microphone.
Yeah. Who is this?
Okay, these are
A backup or we are recording.
so in and out.
Do we
For us,
need it?
we not yet. For us, we need.
Okay, where the input to the mic.
Yes,
So which ones don't you use here?
unless we do it on microphone.
No,
Unless we use one.
that's the
We do it with one. That's really true. We need to keep that. That's what we're trying. Yeah, right. Yeah.
So let's remove.
Because yesterday.
Where is the gentleman?
Let's pass.
Because we are on. After the mic check. Mic check. Can you hear me? 1 2 1 2. Mic check.
Hey. Time. To have everything in order, right? Thank you. My name is Imani. I am the Stakeholder Engagement Lead at the Kenya Catalytic Jobs Fund, and I'm really, really excited for you guys joining us here today. I know it's been a bit of a rough morning, but yes, we can only do better from here. Now, the good thing about starting from the bottom, you can only go up, right? So I'd like to run us through a couple of house rules before we start. We have our bathrooms outside, ladies and gents. We have coffee outside. We'll be also following the agenda. We are 30 minutes late, but it still sticks to however it was on the calendar invite that was shared. We're also joined today by the Deputy High Commissioner, Mr. Julius Court. We're expecting representatives from the Ministry of ICT joining us in a minute. But yes, so far, so good. And I want to invite Charles, who'll be running us through our expectations and objectives for the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Imani. Deputy High Commissioner, welcome. Richard, welcome. Toby, welcome. And all the guests in the room, welcome. My name is Charles Faria. I'm going to welcome you all to this session. We have guests who are online, and the guests are still coming on the way. And so we're going to get started. They'll join us where they'll find us in the next hour or so. One of the stories that impressed me a lot is down in Kibra, in the heart of Kibra. There's a lady there called Margaret Umwanda. And Margaret Umwanda, 62-year-old, runs a small business called Maple's Oven. For those who are familiar with Kibra, when you go to Olympic, somewhere in a hidden part of Olympic, there's Maple's Oven. It's a nice little restaurant. But that restaurant wouldn't be standing today because when COVID hit, she was one of those businesses that was shutting down. Until one day, story she tells us, is she was stressed out and strolling down the streets, not knowing what to do. She meets a cousin of hers who tells her about a company called Somo. And she's like, this company called Somo helped me salvage my business. Do you want to talk to them? I can introduce you to them. And you talk to them. And so Margaret was introduced to Somo by this cousin of hers. What does Somo do? Somo, we contracted Somo early in 2020 at the outbreak of COVID because they had a solution that was helping to build resilience for small businesses so that they don't go under. In Kenya, about 40,000 small businesses close down every year because of inability to keep records, and to digitize those records. So what does Somo do? Somo have a brilliant app. They call it DigiKua. And DigiKua helps small businesses to digitize their inventories, digitize their financial records, and then they use that to build credit worthiness. That data gathered from credit worthiness is then used to create accessibility to external financing for small businesses like Maple's Oven. And that's exactly what happened with Margaret. The Somo team here knows the story of Margaret very, very well. They'll share some of that today. But down in Busia, we also met a lady there called Grace Okello. Grace Okello is a smallholder farmer who for a long time was spending a lot of money paying farm hands to help her plow 4 acres. If she wanted to do 1 acre, she would pay them a daily rate of 300 shillings, and then she would feed them, and she would need 20 of them to help do 1 acre. And so to do 4 acres, Grace would spend about 22,000 or so, just plowing. She hasn't ripped it, she hasn't planted it. And then Grace encountered Hello Tractor, who were not in the room, but they're on the way. And Hello Tractor had a solution for mechanization for smallholder farmers. They linked smallholder farmers to available tractors, and those tractors helped to reduce Grace's costs by 4 times. By 4 times. She moved from paying 22,000 for 4 acres to 8,800 4 acres. All right. It tripled her productivity in her farm. These are some of the stories that the grantees in the room here today, 8 of them, are going to talk about how the innovative solutions using tech are disrupting the various value chains that they work in, increasing productivity in those value chains and keeping businesses going. This roundtable is a second one out of a series of the ones we plan to hold. The first one was on farming technologies and how those of our grantees who are in the agriculture sector are deploying kind of numerous innovations to disrupt how we farm and how we do business. Today, they're going to share how tech solutions can be deployed to disrupt how value chains work, but most critically is to rethink how we create jobs and how we create opportunities for jobs. A lot of the people in the room are young people, and so they sit at the nexus where the country is at. Youth unemployment is growing into millions. Everybody is saying, why don't we create jobs for youth? But what we're going to see here today is young people thinking differently and reimagining the role that the youth can play in opening up the spaces for employment creation. Part of this conversation also is to ask ourselves, how does it go to scale? And so we have audiences from the various sectors to help us converse on how do these disruptions go to scale. They're only going to create exponential jobs if they can go to scale. You know, if we can think beyond 11,000 small-scale traders to hundreds of thousands of small-scale traders, if we can think beyond 12,000 smallholder farmers to about 100,000 smallholder farmers, if we can, you know, think beyond a couple of thousand businesses in the case of Somo to hundreds of thousands of small businesses that are not only building resilience, but also disrupting how we do business and how we trade. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to welcome you to this session. Before I do so, I want to welcome Mercy to, oh no, I want to welcome Toby. Yes, Toby. Toby is the managing director for Kpis. Kpis is the fund manager for the Kenyan Catalytic Jobs Fund. Welcome, Toby.
Great. Thanks, Charles. And again, welcome. We're excited to have this session. I'm going to just take a few minutes to give you an overview of the fund itself and how it's gotten to the point that it is, and then we'll move on. This fund was launched in 2019, sponsored by FCDO. It's a 4-year program, 5 million sterling, that is intended to identify, select, and support businesses with innovative solutions that can lead to exponential job and livelihood growth. That's the intent. And the focus from a sector standpoint covers ag, manufacturing, also the informal sector, and also intending to benefit youth, women, others in marginalized communities, and as part of this, to also extend beyond Nairobi, which we all know this is such a center, but how do we engage other parts of the country? So these have been the points of focus and intent. Innovation, when we talk about innovative solutions, innovation is not limited to just the product. So as we think about innovation, and as we went and solicited applications and had discussions with entrepreneurs and businesses, looking at innovation across the spectrum, not only product, but also as it relates to process, network configuration, customer engagement, the various dimensions really of a full business model. Now, frequently, technology is an enabling element, and that's certainly what we'll be covering today. So the process, how did this come to be? How do we move it forward? And at its heart, running several competitions over the course of the last years, calling for businesses that would meet these criteria. And through this competition process, getting applicants in, and then the ongoing down selection, engagement directly with applicants, and then landing on finalists that then would present to panels of external judges, of investors and others with heavy vested heavily in the ecosystem. As part of this, in terms of back to extending into geographies, we actively engaged in other regions, running sensitization sessions, other engagement with the local ecosystems there to really drive on greater participation in quarters that often we don't see. So that's been the process. The winners of these competitions have received both grant funds as well as tailored technical advisory assistance in this. In the course of this, as we all know, we had COVID come up. So I think that affected how the program went forward. And FCDO, I think, was very proactive in this of how can we carve out some funds that would be supporting businesses that were trying to move into the need in the moment, that had innovations that would help address the economic and social impact. So that has become part of this fund as well. So where does the fund stand today? We have a portfolio of 19 companies. You'll be hearing from a number of those today. And the fund's focus now is working as we have been, but the real focus going forward is to work with those businesses on reviewing how the funds are being deployed, ensuring that there's clear focus, milestones set with that, and also looking at where are there opportunities for follow-on funding and the actions that need to be taken to maximize impact, to drive towards the targeted impact in what they're doing. The second key thrust right now for the fund is how to drive the broader catalytic element. So the name of the fund, Catalytic, does not speak only to the catalytic impact for these businesses that have innovations. Yes, that's a source of, as we said, we're looking for where there could be exponential growth in impact on lives. But the real catalytic potential is what can be learned and what can be taken forward more broadly. So these businesses in the portfolio representing innovations, their experiences, how do we bring those innovations, those experiences into broader dialogue with other players in the ecosystem in order to see transformational impact occur in different sectors. And this can occur through as the dialogue builds and as awareness builds and their solutioning, how do we move into adapting innovations, replicating innovations? Also, where do we see obstacles to true scaling, to seeing these innovations go more broadly? So identification and then addressing these obstacles. So that's why government, is a key player in this. But there are other there are other players, investors are key to this. Other players in the ecosystem. How do we get this dialogue going to see innovation get replicated, adapted, to see obstacles being addressed, to see more funding coming forward and broader collaboration. One of the things we won't be covering in this session today, but very encouraging for us, was being able to connect some of the applicants that were coming in and seeing synergy occur because of these connections that had not been made before. And as you know, entrepreneurs and businesses, they're really focused on what they're doing. It's hard to step away at times. And so where can those that are in the ecosystem see other points of connectivity and to foster that? So that's part of why we're convening here. This is the second learning roundtable, and we're looking at continuing this as well as other discussions and dialogues as we go through the course of this year and into the first quarter of next year. So with that overview, I'm going to turn this over to Mercy, and she'll give a little bit further context more broadly as to what really motivated FCDO to move into this space. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Toby, and good morning, everybody. Thank you all for your time. That was my job. We had a we had a way of working with Toby. He would do all the serious stuff and I would just come in here and support that. So thank you, Toby. Thank you, Deputy High Commissioner and government officials, everybody who is here, who is given up their time. We do not take your time for granted. Our grantees, we appreciate what you're doing and we appreciate the time that you've taken to be here with us today. So it looks like Charles and I come from the same school of thought in which we tell our stories, because that's how we learn. And I don't know how many of us in this room are a lot of young people. And when we were growing up, there was this song that says, you know, so many vijana, mwisho wa kusoma mtapata kazi nzuri sana. What that really simply translates is that study really hard, because when you're done with your studies, you're going to get a really good job. That's not true. They lied to us. So almost 1 million of us come out of our universities and our institutions of learning, of our young people. And when we come out into a world where only 1/3 of us will go into formal employment. And 90% of the jobs that will come out will be jobs in the informal sector. So those are jobs that we ourselves will have to create, because there is no one out there to give us jobs, by the way. So in case you're telling us that to your children, please stop, because you're lying to them. And for that reason, the whole issue of youth unemployment is real. And as the UK government, this is a reality, and we wanted to work very closely with the Kenya government to just see, even in the smallest ways, how can we address that gap and how can we address that challenge that was facing the Kenyan youth who are more than willing to do something with what they've got. But if we don't give them opportunities, that becomes an issue of insecurity. And so in 2019, we designed this business case of the Kenya Catalytic Jobs Fund. The vision was really for us, it's one of our smaller programs, but one of the high impact programs, because we're looking to see how can we pilot a job creation program to see how would that look like and how would we support the sector and sort of just work closely with the government to see how would that look like. And that is how this program was designed in 2019, to just respond to issues of youth unemployment and to just see how then can we work to just give young people opportunities to just create jobs for themselves. For that reason, we have supported ideas and innovations within the agriculture sector, light manufacturing, informal sector. And like I've said, greatest percentage of this will be in the informal sector. So today we are here because we need to have a conversation in one of those areas, which is how do we discuss this on innovations? What are the solutions that we're giving to be able to respond to our own problems and to provide solutions to our own issues? And that's why we're here. So the firms that are here today to tell their stories were firms, as Toby has said, that were selected from a competitive process. You competed, got your place in the table fair and square. Your innovations have proved viable. You are doing your part in the community, and we appreciate that. So what we want to discuss today around the table is that how do we push those innovations to scale so that you can create jobs for more young people, so that you can break barriers that those who come after you know it can be done because others have done it before, to give the visions to young people coming from the universities that I can create my own job and I don't have to wait for somebody to give me a white collar job, because it's not there. And so we need to address the whole issue of the fact that our young people are out there struggling, but while the solutions are with them. Some of these solutions we keep encouraging. Climate change is a real deal, is a real issue. And so we must also encourage that some of these technologies and innovations need to be climate smart. We need to think, how do we come up with solutions that are addressed to our climate issues that we're currently having, that even as we resolve issues of employment, we also resolve issues of climate change and all the impacts that it's having on our communities. So yes, that's why we are here. We believe you have ideas that will, as we learn one from another, so we are more than happy to hear from you. So welcome, thank you for your time, and karibuni tena sana.
So we're about to go into a very exciting session where the companies that have been in the mud doing the work will show us what they've been doing. But this also puts them on the spot, because for a long time, for over 2 years, we've been speaking internally. You know, when you speak in a small room, you don't quite feel it until you have to then show and tell to an outside world, and not just show and tell, but show and tell that your solution beyond what you pitched has worked, and it has caused transformation. But as they present these solutions, ladies and gentlemen, that we may also understand how they have created opportunities across the chains. So their presentations are not just about what they've been doing as companies, but along those chains, what opportunities have they opened up for young people to plug in and also do business? And that's something that we can also put them to task and say, beyond growing your company, what else have you opened up? What else have you opened up? So that, we have offshoots of different opportunities opening up for people. I'm very excited about 10 Census, and I'm looking forward to hear how they have opened up opportunities in the supply chain from academia and avocado, how they've brought in different companies like Soko Fresh, like KO Fresh, to come in and pick pieces of that chain that they can run with. After that, we'll go for tea break, and then we'll have plenary, not plenary. It's a panel, and in a panel discussion, we'll constitute different players from different sectors to also just share the role that their various agencies can play in supporting this journey to scale. It's a conversation we're starting now, but as Toby says, it's a conversation that we have every intent to work with as we shift gears for the KCGF to looking at what the path to scale looks like. I'd like to welcome Imani, who will steer this next session as we listen to this amazing presentations by the grantees. Welcome, Imani.
Thanks, Charles. Thanks, Julius, Marcy, Toby, really appreciate it. So for this next section, it's pretty exciting, right? And we're gonna start off with SOMO, and they identify and train and fund entrepreneurs who are looking to drive social change by building enterprises in their own low-income urban communities. So they say they invest in social entrepreneurs, and they provide the training and tools to help them sort of like build enterprises that change their communities. Did I get that right? Okay. So yeah, they argue that investing in the right people helps them to break the cycle of poverty and bringing an end to, or rather bringing long-term stability to the urban slum areas. So I'd like to invite Somo to just like run us through their presentation. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. All right. I'm Caroline. Happy Tuesday. And I am product manager at SOMO, so I bring a lot of color and excitement to the team.
Morning, everyone. Yeah, so my name is Charles Juma. I'm the technology manager at SOMO.
This is Amani said what SOMO does and our goal is once you teach an entrepreneur to have a sustainable business and give them the tools required to scale, they will make jobs within their community and eventually reduce the level of poverty that they want.
Yeah, so as Carolina shared, so we have three main programs that run at SOMO. So one is the SOMO Academy. So SOMO Academy, that is where we identify entrepreneurs in low-income community and then take them through training. So we have two types of training under SOMO Academy. And one, we have the Buruka na SOMO program, and then we also have Boost Biz. So Buruka na SOMO program, that one is designed to be able to, it's 12-week programs, which the entrepreneurs are taught how to create the business plans, work on their financial documents, and also present at the end of the 6th week and also the 12th week. And then so that is designed for at least people who can be able to sit in a class and be able to take that formal kind of learning. So for Boost Biz, that one is a short program that is designed for mostly business operators who are not able to sit in class for like a long period of time, and such as the Mamamboga. And majority of that is done through our DigiSomo platform, and that is through DigiMessage and also DigiVoice. So while the Mamamboga is at her business place, she can be able to dial into a toll-free number and just listen into classes, or learn through an SMS for maybe someone like Cyber who has some at least basic knowledge of using a basic feature phone. So the other program, once these entrepreneurs have been trained, they go through the next phase, which is the investment through our Somo Invest. And through the Somo Invest, that's where now we have the tools such as DigiCore that Charles was sharing, which then assist them as they start their business and also as they get the investment from Somo to be able to keep their records, as well as also just helping them to manage their businesses. And of course, now from that, we also have the third program, which is the Somo Channels, which is providing market access and also production facility, which I'm sure Caroline will be able to speak about in a moment. Yeah, so DigiCore specifically, which is what we'll be talking about today, is a USSD and WhatsApp-based record-keeping platform, which is connected to the online Google spreadsheet and also our Somo Invest platform. So you find that majority of the SMEs, at least the SMEs owner, they have access to a basic feature phone. And looking at technology such as M-Pesa and how they buy their airtime, they are familiar with using the USSD. Looking at some of the existing record-keeping platform, they require some of at least some knowledge of how to use a computer, maybe knowledge of accounting. So what we decided is, how can we be able to bring this record-keeping to use the technology that is common and available to the SMEs that we work with. So, and that's how we came up with DigiCore. So I think for those of us who have access to a phone, a basic feature phone, anything, you can try it out. So you dial star 384 star 50 hash. So I think I'll just repeat that. Yeah, so it's star 384 star 50 hash. So that's the USSD version. So what happens is when you dial that, it creates a cash flow, a spreadsheet cash flow, which it can then be able to share on your email if you have an email, or if you don't provide an email, then the cash flow will just be available on the system. So anytime maybe you make a sale or maybe you incur an expense, you can be able to use the USSD or the WhatsApp version to be able to keep your records. Yeah, so the records are then, we then collect this record, process them, and then create a digital profile, which is
Yes, so, all right. So I'm product manager for Tengeneza na Somo, which falls under Somo Invest and Somo Channels. And what Tengeneza is a shared working space where entrepreneurs who make food and beauty products have access to industrial material, logistical support, and just market access for their products. So Tengeneza was opened in June last year, and we have a range of products from like honey to almond butter to soaps and like hand wash. And the goal with Tengeneza is that if I make peanut butter at home, there's an upper limit of what I can make every day. But if I go to a factory where the machinery is built for me to, thank you very much. The machinery is built for me to scale, then I'll be able to make more and create more jobs within. Number two. Sorry. Yeah, so yeah, I'll be able to make more products and create more jobs in my ecosystem. It happens.
So if you'd like any products from Tengeneza, please let me know. My catalog is phenomenal and everything is amazing. Sorry, I can't describe the next part unless we're all looking at it. So slide 3 is my range of amazing products. So yeah, we have serum, honey, almond butter, shea butter soap. And our goal as well is to create a brand for entrepreneurs to sell under Somo. So if Charles and I both make peanut butter, we can come to Tengeneza and make for ourselves. Plus we have the option to sell to Somo, which is where I come in and I check that the peanut butter is, the peanuts are fresh. I can track it to the farmer and so on and so forth, and then sell it under the Somo brand and increase market access again for these businesses. And it's really yummy. So the 4th slide. So this is an interaction between Somo Invest, Digikwa, and Tengeneza. We feel that Tengeneza is a perfect example of how these two other parts of Somo work, because this is the easiest access point for entrepreneurs. So an entrepreneur will go to Tengeneza and make X units of almond butter and upload that to Digikwa, because at Digikwa, you can also record your inventory per day, per week, per month. Afterwards, the information on Digikwa, like Charles has said, creates a spreadsheet for you, which is then attached to your Somo Invest platform. And if KCJF, for example, goes online and sees Caroline made 1,000 units of peanut butter in the last 2 months, that's a stronger portfolio for them. They have market access and funding opportunities, and goes back to them producing at Tengeneza, and so on and so forth.
Oh, yeah. So basically, as Caroline has shared, Digikwa can be able, based on the fact that it enables entrepreneur to record the sales, that information also helps Tengeneza, which is the production facility, to be able to use that to see what needs to be produced more, what product maybe is not going to the market that much. And then the same information on that is available on Somo Invest, where you can be able to log online and track what the business is actually doing and the business performance. Yeah.
Yes. So next slide. I'm sad you can't see my nice products on the side, but it's all right. So what are our next steps? Of course, is to increase the number of people who use Tengeneza and Somo. At the moment, what we're facing is a bit of a challenge where getting someone to leave, let's say, Madari to go to Githurai, the spaces, is a bit challenging. So we're working on how do we convince the entrepreneur that this is a worthy trip. It could be once a week or twice a week. And Tech, which is Charles, can explain more what they're doing with Digikwa.
Yeah, so in terms of what we're doing with Digikwa is validation of the reports. So we're looking to how do we validate the reports that the entrepreneur is entering into the Digikwa system are actually valid transactions that happened. And one of the ways that we're looking to do this is through partnerships with financial institutions, such as, of course, the M-Pesa Daraja API, which can be able to assist in the automation of that, and also integration with local bank accounts, so that as the records are going, we ensure that whatever is available on the cash flow is what tallies also with what is available on the financial accounts of the entrepreneur. Yeah, so the other thing that we're looking into is as a USSD, we are looking at how can we be able to improve the user experience, because at some point when you find that an entrepreneur has so many products, then there is it's a challenge for them to be able to do bulk entry into the system using the USSD. So of course, currently we're also using WhatsApp, which is a bit convenient, but now how do we also improve that experience on the USSD user, which is a majority of our users? Yeah, so, and these are some of the things that we are looking into. Some of the challenges that we're also looking to be able to tackle is, as we scale, is the infrastructure. The cost of maintaining the infrastructure, especially the USSD, which is available as a toll-free number, which we take care of, is high. And of course, as we look to onboard more users, then we also have to look at how are we able to do this. And I believe, of course, with the right partnerships and the right network that we have here, we can be able to see how to move forward with that. So the other is the timeout, and some of these are the timeout. So if you look at the USSD session, it times out at 20 seconds. So that means if you spend 20 seconds on the USSD without replying, then the session will time out, and then you have to dial again and continue the process. And then, of course, now the maximum time you can spend on the USSD session is 2 minutes, which is also quite a challenge. And so we are trying to see, because most of these are standard that have been placed there by, it's like a global standard. So how can we be able to go around this? So of course, for that, we're also exploring things to do, maybe other technologies such as SMS. Yeah, so I think, yeah.
Yeah, that's all from us at the moment. Is there any question? You'd like to order some almond butter? Yeah. Great. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Caroline and Charles. And just do this. I really appreciate your patience as we were trying to sort out the technical issues. So as we wait on Hello Tractor from Jahil, I'd like to just take a quick 2-minute break as we figure out some technical aspects. So yes, network, talk to your neighbor, how's your morning, get your cup of water, refill your coffee. Yeah, this is that time. All right, 2 minutes. There you go. All right. Thank you guys for your patience. So introducing Jahil Oliver, the CEO of Hello Tractor, which is an Uber for tractors enterprise that links farmers with tractors. The innovation models a form of pay-as-you-go tractor for increased agricultural productivity, job creation, and an attractive new asset class, women's savings cooperatives. Jahil?
Thank you, Monty. Good morning, everyone. My name is Jahil Oliver, and I'm the CEO and founder of Hello Tractor. So we've been in the market for about 7 years now. We work across 13 countries, but Kenya is, of course, the flagship. We'll talk about some of the work we did with KCJF, but first I'll frame the discussion on why we came into the market with this solution. So farmers across the emerging markets plant late, undercultivate, and lose income because they don't have access to the equipment or the labor that they need. And this is, you can go to the next slide. This is produced, next slide for whoever's. There we go. So this is what folks in the ag industry refer to as the yield gap. What our growers in Kenya produce versus the global averages, 50% of that gap can be attributed to a lack of mechanization. And of course, that hits the farmer's bottom line. It also affects the region's food security. We go to the next slide. And so what we came into the market with was a solution to that problem. But this is a double-sided marketplace that we work in. On the supply side, you have equipment owners. These are entrepreneurs that buy tractors, combine harvesters, and they lease out these services. Their biggest concern is protecting their asset and generating more revenue, right? And so when we came into the market, we first needed to get as many of the existing inventories of farming equipment onto the platform. And we didn't do that by offering the marketplace offering. We actually started with some IoT fleet management. That's GPS onto these tractors and combine harvesters so the entrepreneur can have remote visibility into what their machinery is doing at all times. That allows them to reduce fraud, machine misuse, and that technology does just about, it meets all their core needs, right? Where's my machine? How much work did it do? How is my operator performing with my equipment? Are they stealing fuel or not? And then we brought in the marketplace. That's the demand part of the marketplace. And that's where we built an application for community-based agents to use our app to organize farmers in their community and book on behalf of these farmers, connecting those farmers to these entrepreneurial equipment owners, all right? And so by doing that, the entrepreneur now has an opportunity to earn more revenue with their equipment by servicing these smallholder farmers. And the beauty is that the agent's job is really to aggregate demand to make sure that despite these farmers being small and working on these fragmented plots, the tractor owner can still drive, 50, 100 kilometers down the road and transact with maybe 100 hectares worth of farmers, allowing them to operate at economies of scale and deliver these services profitably. And then the last piece was, and this is based on the insight that we had over the last couple of years, we always had more demand than supply. And because there's just a dearth of tractors on the continent, last year, Africa did about 15,000 total tractor sales. India, for example, did over 1 million. So that'll give you some perspective around the machine disparity. So we've always had like this pent up demand, and we were trying to figure out how do we solve this issue. It was causing a lot of frustration on the farmer side of our market. And so we partnered with Moody's, the credit underwriting agency, and MasterCard for their payment rail to design a pay-as-you-go tractor finance product, where we're providing now asset financing to these booking agents who have so many farmers in their network, they themselves can actually own their own equipment and service those farmers. We started the project in Kenya, but now we're financing tractors in Kenya, Nigeria, and Uganda. And we're starting to get the money back, so that's nice. The idea is that as they service the demand that they bring us through their booking operation, we take a small loan repayment. And the loan repayments are designed to amortize at a greater rate than the depreciation on the loan, so you protect the asset value. I just got weirdly detailed right there. I don't know why. Next slide. Through KCJF, we invested in two things: a route optimization tool, so we can look at somebody's bookings and identify what's serviceable, what's not, identify gaps in their book of business, and help supplement that demand to ensure that that finance tractor stays busy throughout the year. As you know, agriculture is a very seasonal industry, right? But the benefit of being in the tropics is that places like Kenya have 4 or 5 unique agroecological zones, which means that you have 4 or 5 locations where farmers plant at unique times of the year. So as long as you're willing to take that tractor into those agroecological zones, which if you're profit maximizing, you do, you can maximize the revenue that the tractor generates, and of course, earn enough to repay that loan on time. So we designed that tool in partnership with KCJF. We also work with some professors at Duke University and Georgia Tech on that. And then the last piece was that, we invested heavily in growing that network of booking agents. These are young entrepreneurs who, with a smartphone, now have a job opportunity. And they're going out and meeting with farmers in their community, booking those farmers, ensuring that all those farmers' details are in the app, plot boundaries, primary, secondary crop, farmer name, phone number. And some of those booking agents have already graduated to a level where they themselves can become tractor owners, and we've started to finance them. Through the program, we serviced 63,000 acres last year. That's spread across 44,000 farms, and that's 250% growth over our last year numbers. So very meaningful, kind of catalytic, I'm sorry, some catalytic growth with that strategic investment. Next slide. So I have a video here, but I'm actually not, it's on the website too. I'm not gonna show it because I talk too much. But this is one of the case studies of one of our users who came in as a booking agent, and she now owns her own tractor. She owns a New Holland tractor with ripping implement. So that's a climate smart implement to ensure farmers have better access to the tools that they need for improved water resource management, which is really important in this market because rains are increasingly sporadic. And so having access to groundwater is important, minimizing soil runoff. And this is what these implements are doing. And it's a young entrepreneur, not so young. I don't know though, UN is like, youth is like 40 or below. So I'm like, I just missed the youth cutoff, which is incredible. But yeah, just check her out on the website. We got a few other case studies there as well. This is somebody who was unbanked, just had a smartphone, actually was earning money, just booking farmers on their behalf because our agents earn a commission. And now she owns, $43,000 worth of equipment. And that equipment has a multiplier effect. She's now servicing farmers with her own equipment, and they trust her. She's delivering value to them. They're delivering value to her. So it's a nice symbiotic relationship. Next slide. Very briefly on what's next. I think we have some government folks in the building. We look to grow our pay-as-you-go tractor finance program. I think there's a lot of money slushing around in the markets right now, particularly outside of sub-Saharan Africa. But the market at a macro level is incredibly risky. And so when you look at numbers like this, where $100 million in capital, which is a decent chunk of change, but that's not an amount of money that can't be raised, right? I mean, but that $100 million has such a transformative impact across these value chains. You're looking at 2 million farmers receiving access to mechanization. They have families, so they benefit as well. But then you see $6.6 million of additional food, 6.6 million tons, I'm sorry, of additional food, which is over $1 billion in food at today's prices. And I was just using maize as a sample, but that's across so many different categories of commodities. And so, but how do you create an enabling environment for that type of capital to be raised? I think obviously there's a lot of inflationary pressure on the shilling right now. That makes raising capital, bringing in foreign direct investment very difficult. I think also just the volatility in the policy environment where, you know, interest rate caps, no interest rate caps. I mean, that hurts the capital markets because it really does create that uncertainty. And then just the volatility. I mean, we have, you know, when we price out all of our loans to our customers, we have to bake into the price of that loan things like volatility on the shilling. And that makes capital more expensive. We don't take interest margin on our loans. So we have probably some of the cheapest money in the market that's commercial for equipment, and we're reaching unbanked populations, but we think we understand those customers better so we can underwrite their business and not them, so they don't need a bank history. But even with that, when you price in these macro conditions that unfortunately these entrepreneurs have no control over, it makes capital far too expensive. The rates that are charged here don't work in the US. I come from banking. I look at this and I'm amazed that farmers can take loans at 14% and actually repay them. That would not work in the United States, okay? You would see another storming of the capital. And so I think these are just kind of basic things that if done correctly, and Kenya's probably farther ahead than some of our other countries that we work in, certainly Nigeria, where loan is like 24%, that's the starting price for like investment grade, like, you know, low risk borrowers. But these are things that can, I think, accelerate growth in the market, both within and outside of agriculture. So I think that's the last slide. Yeah, okay. Thanks, everybody. Any questions or? Nope. All right. Peace out.
All right. Thank you so much, Jahil. We're going to have the representatives from Arifu coming up next. And Arifu is a digital content and interactive learning platform that is personalized and free for its learners. They have a chatbot that allows both smart and feature phone users rather to learn by SMS, WhatsApp, and Facebook Messenger. All right.
Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. So my name is Andrew Thiongo, and I'm a business development associate from Arifu. So I'll just take this opportunity to briefly share what Arifu is, what we do, and how we are helping the youth. You can just go to the slide. So Arifu is a digital learning platform and content marketplace that disseminates information about our partners' services, products, and also their different initiatives. We work with both commercial organizations and non-commercial organizations to create awareness about the different services that they provide. And we mostly share this information with learners, like we like to call them learners because they learn on our platform. And we share this information through the Arifu chatbot. So the Arifu chatbot can be accessed through SMS, through WhatsApp, through Facebook Messenger, and also on Telegram. And it's absolutely free of cost for the learners. So the learners don't have to pay any kind of subscription costs or the like. They simply go onto the platform and they're able to learn for free. So for example, here in Kenya on SMS, you would simply send the word Arifu to the SMS short code 22744, and you would engage with a content of menu with different kinds of content that you can engage with. So we cover different modules of content. There's content on good agricultural practices for various value chains. There's information on financial literacy, business management, housing, financial education, and many other content modules that we have. We are currently in 10 African countries, and we currently have a database of 1.5 million learners who regularly engage with the content that's on our platform. So this is a brief overview of what we are currently doing with on the KCJF project. So I'll just take you through the step-by-step project. No, you can just stick to the first slide. So together with different partners like SOMO, who are present here, we've collaborated with them to engage different learners who are on their database, but also on their Arifu database. So we sent invitation messages to 15,000 learners. So 12,000 from our own database, 3,000 from Somo's database. We like to call them learners. It's an internal term, but yes, they are micro merchants who engage the content. So once the invitation messages are sent, an invitation message could have a message like, hi, I'm Arifu. I've helped this number of learners engage with this content. Press 1 to continue engaging with content on financial literacy or business management, which is the content being shared on in this project. So the content that's being delivered for this project is being delivered on both SMS and also on WhatsApp. And the content covers information on COVID-19, financial education, business education. With Reja, we've partnered with them to connect the micro merchants to a digital marketplace where they can share information about their products and services and get customers. We've also partnered with Musoni, which is a bank here in Kenya, and it offers business loans for micro merchants. So once the merchants get all this useful information, they're directed to somewhere where they can get a loan to help facilitate their business and to help their businesses grow. So this is just an overview of the content modules. We also give incentives like certifications, which if a learner is engaging with the content, they usually work on different quizzes that are within the content, and the quizzes just help them to get an understanding of the content that they are engaging with. So once they successfully do a couple of quizzes, they get a certificate, which is a nice incentive for them, and then they can continue learning. The main aim, of course, is that the learners who engage with the content exhibit behavior change in the form of, once they engage with content on something like financial literacy or business management, they can then use this information practically for their businesses and be able to increase the size of their businesses and improve how their businesses perform. So some of the key KPIs that we look into as the learners are engaging with content is that they can improve their money management and business practices, adopt things like digital marketing by using the different online platforms to sell their products, increase uptake of loans, and increase their sales and achieve business growth. I will move on to the next slide. So I'll just give a context on this. So aside from the project that we currently have with KCJF, we have other partnerships with google.org and also with MasterCard in different countries where we're educating micro merchants on financial literacy and business management as well. So we've scaled this project with google.org in Kenya and in Nigeria. We are targeting a huge number of learners, which is, I think, 200,000 MSMEs to engage with this content. So this content focused on economic recovery for small business owners who had been affected by COVID. So the content gives them information on if they need support for their businesses, where they can get support in terms of loans and capacity building. Also, if someone might have lost their job, they can get information to job support tools. So there's information on what they can do to secure new job opportunities and the like. So through this project, which started early last year, here are some of the insights that we were able to find from the engagement that learners had with the content on Arifu's platform. So for 81% of the respondents in Kenya and 61% of respondents in Nigeria, most of them say that they hadn't found an alternative to digital education to what Arifu was providing. And this has been observed in 80 to 86% of different projects that we've had with different partners. So this just shows that there's that gap in digital learning, and more needs to be done in terms of, having more platforms where more people can engage with this content. So from the engagement that they had, as you can see the numbers there, learners showed improvements in financial planning, improvements in savings, and also improvement in the use of digital platforms to find out more information on financial literacy and business management. Next slide. So more specifically, some of the business owners showed that after engaging with the content, their businesses realized some growth. 25% of them shared that due to the increase in the size of their business and their business operations, they got to onboard more staff to work for them. And also 95% of the learners in Kenya and 85% of the learners in Nigeria showed that once they applied the knowledge, they're able to report increased revenues for their businesses. This is just a breakdown of the different businesses, business sectors that they were involved in. But yeah, we'll share this presentation after today's discussion, and you can do a deep dive on these statistics. Next slide. And yeah, this is just to also substantiate what we've previously shared. So because of the effects that COVID had on their businesses, after they engaged with the Arifu content, they got to learn more about financial resilience and the steps they could take to ensure that if there ever is a situation like what happened with COVID, how can their businesses be supported and how can they withstand economic shocks given the experience that they had with COVID. So most of them reported that they were able to deal with unexpected expenses and that they now have the capability to deal with such unexpected expenses if they were to arise again. And then over to the last slide. Yeah, so there are opportunities to scale definitely for this project. As I mentioned, as Arifu, we've partnered with different organizations in different African countries. Aside from the project that I mentioned, where we're working with google.org to educate micro merchants on resilience and economic recovery, we're also working with MasterCard at some point in May this year to educate one ambitious project targeting 5 million merchants across 10 African countries to educate them on financial literacy and business management as well. We are eager to collaborate with different organizations and different partners to share more information about their products and their services and how these can benefit micro merchants and how a digital learning platform, a digital learning solution can help millions and millions of merchants sustain their businesses. So yeah, I'll stop there for any potential questions or over to the next presentation.
Thank you so much. And I feel like the overriding theme of most of the presentations you've listened to so far is the impact that they have on like marginalized, quote unquote, or non-urban kind of setups. And yeah, the intervention of technology in all those areas just means that there's a lot that has happened and can continue to happen in that space. So coming up next is Roy Njoka, the VP Digital Financial Services at MarketForce, which is a digital retail network that increases value addition services for kiosks and consumers and develops an open application program which interfaces their capacity to grow and manage increased demand. Roy.
Thank you, Manny. Good morning, all. So at MarketForce, what we're building is really the operating system for retail distribution in Africa. And really the problem that we are solving is the fragmented nature of retail distribution across the continent. And this really, what it means for the industry and for manufacturers is, on one hand, you have manufacturers of consumer goods, as well as digital service providers who find it very expensive to get their goods to consumers. And this is through the over 100 million small retail outlets on the continent. And that's really the opportunity that we have to digitize the way these 100 million retail outlets do business, and make it more efficient and increase their margins as they look to reach the over 1.3 billion consumers with consumer goods and the digital financial services that they distribute. So if you go down about 2 slides. Yeah, so this is really talking to the opportunity, looking at the 100 million retail outlets and how really we can digitize the way they do business. If you go down, 2 more slides. And so really what we built at MarketForce is a digital platform that allows, on the one hand, consumer goods manufacturers, but also digital financial service providers to be able to reach this 1.3 billion consumers in Africa through a network of retail outlets. And so our proposition sits at the kiosk and makes it more efficient and easier to get goods in Africa. At the core of our proposition is a mobile app that allows retailers or kiosks in Africa to be able to restock their shops by ordering directly from the app. And we are able to actually deliver within 24 hours. And actually last week we were able to test 7-day delivery. So really we're really able to increase efficiency, because it means that this kiosk owner no longer has to shut down his shop, go to find a wholesaler, and incur the transport costs, as well as the opportunity cost. But beyond that, we are also giving them the opportunity to become agents for digital financial services. What it means is now, the low-income consumers that shop at these kiosks are able to go and purchase, essential digital services, like being able to pay for their electricity, being able to buy airtime, and this is at a much more cost-effective, rate, while also giving the kiosks the opportunity to earn extra income. If we move on the other hand, we are also able to give the people who partner with us, so manufacturers and the digital service providers, a dashboard that delivers real-time insights on how their products are doing in the trade. So anytime they're able to log in and see how each product is doing, down to very specific regions, and put in whatever interventions that they need to. If we move on to the next slide. We were able to receive KCGF investment in 2020, and this really allowed us to supercharge our growth from around 6,000 agents when we received the investment to the over 100,000 that we have today. And this is across 2 countries that we are operating in right now, right? It also set us up to be able to combine 2 businesses. One was DigiDuka, which was delivering the digital financial services, and then MarketForce with the Reja platform, which was delivering the digital commerce platform. And what it means is now that retailers have a more full-featured solution that looks at all their needs, from digital payments to digital commerce. Today, actually, we've just announced our $40 million Series A raise, which means then we are really set up to actually reach not actually the 250K that is on the slide, but 500,000 merchants over the next 1 year across 5 countries. So really grateful for the support that we've gotten from this program, and looking forward, to going ahead and really sort of keeping KCGF as part of our growth story. If you go to the next slide. And so if you look at just how capital efficient we've been with the investments that we've gotten so far, we really are confident that we'll be able to sort of reach 1 million merchants over the next 5 years or even, sooner than that. And this is over just 5 African countries. So Nigeria and Kenya, where we are today, Uganda, which we opened recently, Rwanda, Uganda, Tanzania, but also Ethiopia, as the situation there continues to stabilize. And the opportunity really is to transform the way, the 100 million merchants in these sort of geographies do their business by digitizing all components of their business. On the one hand, is allowing them to be able to start collecting digital payments. Over 98% of transactions currently are done in cash, and we want to transform that into digital payments, which then opens up new opportunities for them to be able to get funding, for example, working capital, which we are also delivering, launching this month with a partner. We're able to then launch buy now, pay later for these merchants, and soon even for the end customers. So that's really it in terms of what we're trying to do. Now, looking at partnerships with government specifically, we have a few ideas around, for example, capacity building for retail merchants. And this is really around financial literacy and good business practices. And here we looked at, a partnership, for example, with NITA, which would allow us to develop a curriculum, but also deliver it through our digital retail platforms. The second one is partnership around increasing revenue opportunities for these retailers. And we can look at them as agents who are able to collect payments on behalf of government and government agents. So looking at KRA payments, county government levies, and taxes, all these could be collected through this network of agents, allowing them to be able to get extra revenue through this. We are also looking at access to affordable capital. And specifically, for example, we could partner with the Youth Fund and deliver some of this capital specifically for this segment of retailers, where we are able to sort of credit score them, deliver the capital and make sure it's used for the purposes of growing their businesses. Finally, we're looking at distribution of government subsidies, for example. And the idea here is really that whatever subsidies the government wants to distribute to specific groups of people, we're then able to make sure that it's delivered to the intended persons, but also for the intended purposes. So for example, if you're delivering subsidies to a group of people like the elderly, and you intend for that to be used for food, then through our platforms, we're able to do that. And these are just some of the ideas that we have as thought starters. But I'm sure through collaboration, we're able to sort of do a lot more than this. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Roy. And again, congratulations on your recent round. Yep. So next up is the Census Africa. It's a social enterprise that works with nearly 30,000 smallholder farmers to produce and export organic and fair trade macadamia and cashew nuts from Kenya. The company upgraded macadamia outgrower management systems through blockchain and automation purchasing, training, certification, documentation, and satellite contracting. So David, right? Frank, awesome, nice to meet you. Over to you.
It's hard to speak after that data, right? Well, I got my notes, so in case tech fails. It's one of the things we learned that my training, I'm a wildlife biologist, so I deal with elephants, but I also deal with ants. So we realized that it takes 200,000 ants to drink the same amount of water as an elephant. And what do you know about ants? There's so many, they're distributed, they're everywhere. That represents the smallholder farmers we've got. We've got hundreds of thousands of smallholders farmers in macadamia sector, but all the 200,000 farmers together would produce enough macadamias as 200 large-scale farmers in Australia. So we're talking about ants. So how do you deal with ants every day? You need to have a system. And 9 years ago, we started with a small example. You want to buy macadamias out of Mount Kenya. How do you do it? How much cash are you going to send? One truckload those days was 1.5 million shillings. You need 3 or 4 trucks every day. How are you going to send that money to everyone by cash? And it was crazy because we realized that the smallholders, by then, M-Pesa was there, but they didn't trust if M-Pesa was going to get to them. So we came up with an app, and the app has helped us. And one of the things we've learned through it is that the smallholders need their money now. But then the next question they'll ask you is, there's no money, and it shows up. And so what the apps do for us is now farmers can predict, farmers know prices, the price is set, farmers can get the money straight to their pocket, farmers can plan. We've gone further with the app again, and there's a gentleman here called Julius, seated there. Julius can wave. Apps are not the full solution. You need people to manage the apps. You can have an app, but it means Now he has a tin house, and thanks to the software and thanks to the support of KCGF. So 10 Census has grown significantly over the years. Now we are moving into different products. As you can see, our brand for avocado is KFresh. Again, the software made it easy. How do you deal with the same farmers or different farmers at different parts of the country? How do you reach them? So we use the app to get to our farmers. We use it to get them product. And as at Christmas Day last year, we just joined up with Safaricom DigiFarm. So now all our smallholder farmers have access to up to 5,000 credit that they can now be able to withdraw in the form of vouchers for seedlings, for input, and to move forward. So the way the process works, we have a field officer who, again, comes from that area. There are many young people who are jobless out there, very good people. And so he comes from the same area, so he knows the farmers. They're mostly his relatives. And so can you beat him in his village? You can't. He knows everyone. And then that lowered the security costs. Because when you know the field officer, you have a letter from the chief, we know his family. And so the young people are able to collect it. We put it on a truck in Meru. When it's in Meru, we seal it with the export seal. We break the seal in Athi River. Those are some of the things that you must add on to your software to make it work. The other thing that we realized is with this process, makes financing easy and predictable. Because now for a financier, we can give you the app, you have access to it, you can track the product, and you get it to the store. Again, another interesting thing is for your accounting app, we use Zero, which is very easy on the internet, has thousands of apps around it. Our app talks to it. So when that field officer buys the product, it's booked on our stocks. So the finance guy can see the stock. And this has helped us scale into avocados. And now we're just finishing our cashew factory at the coast with 15,000 farmers. And we're buying in all the 3 locations today. Why is that possible? Because of the app. It's easy to integrate. We have a blockchain security layer on it, which was important. Someone would ask, why would you want to do that? Many times we got our software going down each time with bugs and everything, and data was changing. There is a group down in Rift Valley somewhere who are very good with making your apps go down. And they're Kenyans, and they know how to do it. So one of the things you do is you make sure your data is secure. Again, for the organic certification market, when the external inspector comes, we give him access to the app. He chooses which farmer he's going to inspect. For our customers, traceability is important. We can trace the group of farmers that provided nuts for the truck, trace it all the way to the shelf in Walmart. That's what the app can do for us. So you can see how this integrates with different parts. We have seedlings. One of the challenges in the country is for macadamia, you could get a farmer getting a non-grafted seedling and he has to wait for 9 years. But with 10 Census, we're able to provide them grafted seedlings. So in 3 years, they're able to predict their harvest. As we speak, we gave out seedlings in Meru. We are harvesting those trees now. That was 3 years ago. We gave seedlings in Kilifi. We are harvesting those cashews now. So our seedlings work. Now you can imagine an avocado farmer who bought the wrong seedlings. 4 years later, you realize you planted the wrong tree. Because with avocado, if you wanted Hass, and someone gave you Fiete, how will you tell at the seedling level? You have to wait until it's ready. So that's a challenge. But we can now track our seedlings to the farmers. And that's our next phase with the app, to be able to now have that product available for carbon market. And that's critical for us and as an opportunity. To the farmer side, our farmers can order seedlings on the app. To the processing side, our production guys can predict how much stock is available in the field and plan accordingly. To our sales team, we can predict how much product is in the field and give traceability, which is much needed in our market. Next slide. Some of the farmers we've worked with now 30,000. And when I say 30,000, I give you the app and you check. You go and find, we have a GPS location for the farmer. You click on it, you see the number of trees. You click on it, it shows the dealings we've had with them. Efficiency has increased, more jobs. This month, we are hiring 600 more in Kilifi for our factory, in addition to the 450 we have in our macadamia value chain. More crops, the same app. We buy cashew, we buy dried fruit with it, we buy avocado, mangoes, and macadamia on the same app. And all of it reconciles differently. Before KCGF, we struggled a lot on how to reconcile because we were using WhatsApp. You can imagine how many WhatsApp transactions that come in the day in the accounts office. So they used to stay the night in the accounts office. Now the app can reconcile itself. We have a digital handshake between the field officer and his supervisor. If there's a short more than 1%, the app locks you out. If you've reached the limit, we give a limit to each field officer. If you're new, you start at 50,000 a day, what you can spend. For the more experienced one, we give you maybe 150,000. But each day we collect that product and get it to the central store. In 48 hours, that product should be in our factory. And that has helped us build efficiency. Next slide. Many barriers to using apps. Now, the 15,000 farmers, when we register them on the Safaricom app, we realized that these guys called Fuliza and the other techie nice guys have given them loans. So this farmer wants to change his phone number on the app. And that means we can't pay this farmer. So one of the things we'd like, again, government can help. Is it possible to stop somebody from getting a new number before he pays his loan? It's painful at first, but you'll be building social capital because people will be able to pay back loans, and all you techie guys alongside me here will be able to be guaranteed of payments. And that's possible because you find a farmer in Kilifi with 4 lines, 4 numbers on Safaricom. All the 3 have debt. So which am I going to use to pay him? Yet this farmer is locking out over $5,000 access to capital. The other thing we realized is that it's expensive to set up softwares for companies. And I mean, without KCGF, we would not have put that blockchain up. It's expensive and it's difficult. And as we promote our young people to get into tech space, not many of them are reliable. I tell you, you can call an app guy forever and you don't find them. But Julius has been there, okay? And resistance to automation, it's a big challenge to many people when you want to pay them M-Pesa and they're used to cash, because the broker will come to cash. So what we've done, we say we give you the withdrawal money on top. So it's a cost to us, but it enables us to get into the digital space and makes it easy for us. Opportunities are many. As we speak, I had a car I bought 7 years ago. I realized the logbook is not mine. Why can't we have logbooks on blockchain? Why must we go line up at NTSA? Why do we have to get title deeds at Ministry of Lands and you wait forever? Why can't it be digital? Why can't it be easy to print your company registration? So I see a lot of opportunities, but I see how do we customize the different apps to different users? But the opportunity is easy because once you have your app and it works for you, many opportunities for financing come. I think Safaricom will close many banks. There's a lot of money sitting there on M-Pesa. Our M-Pesa money is there, it's available. So the question is, before, for me to access finance, the bank would want me to get a title deed to him, and my father is still holding on to it and is still strong. So how am I gonna get it? So I see tech provides us an opportunity to now be able to finance our businesses. And that's something we really are grateful for. So if it was wildlife biology, I'll speak a lot. But since it's tech, I see opportunity. But then with schools, we now have 150 schools at the Kenyan coast. We've given them 80,000 seedlings this month. We might add them again when the rains come. The issue about schools is we're trying to engage the young people back into the agriculture space. So we're forming agriculture clubs with the schools, and they have a high success rate on planting of those trees. And we're hoping to get a big product from them, especially when we finish. But I think the biggest thing is we're able to multiply our effect to the farmers, able to integrate, we're able to grow quickly and move into different value chains. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much. And I think it's incredible that you're plowing back into educational systems, but already providing avenues for people in schools to engage with your platform. So next is Zumi, and they have digitized the apparel value chain through connecting apparel wholesalers to and retailers in a transparent and affordable marketplace. So it's empowering primarily women retailers with the technology, logistics, and financial services to scale. So Sabrina, over to you.
There we go. Okay, great. Great, so I'll tell you a little bit about Zumi. Fantastic. So we are focused on women entrepreneurs, a woman who owns a small business who is ready to start her own business, whether that is online or offline. We do that by connecting her through our marketplace to suppliers directly. And we have started in some underserved and overlooked sectors. I think a lot of people have focused on food and FMCG in these markets. We've taken a different tack and we've started in the apparel and home goods sectors, which have been completely overlooked and completely underserved. They're very traditional offline, and we are focused on bringing these entrepreneurs and these SMEs online. So just to go back one slide a second, if you don't mind. Thanks. I just want to paint a picture for you all about who our entrepreneur is. So we typically get in contact with women who are trying to source their goods, and to do so, it's actually very difficult and very laborious. So for a woman who's trying to source her goods, she will usually wake up very early in the morning on a market day, around 4 a.m. She'll have to take public transport to the wholesale market. When she gets there, she's running around the market talking to a lot of brokers, trying to find the best goods, trying to haggle on the price. She doesn't know what the actual price is because there's no printed price list anywhere. So she's just doing her best to negotiate. Once she finds her goods, she pays for those with cash. And then she has to pay to get herself and her goods back to her market by 9, 10 a.m. at the latest, so that she can open up her shop and start selling. She needs to sell through all of her stock before she can actually have enough cash to now go back to the wholesale market and do this process all over again. So she's in an informal sector where she's unbanked, she's doing cash transactions, and none of her transactions are logged anywhere. So she doesn't have access to getting credit at an affordable rate. Now you can go to the next slide. So these are some of the problems that Zumi is addressing for our women entrepreneurs. So one thing that we do is we're connecting them directly with suppliers where we've already pre-negotiated the price because we've aggregated all of the orders coming from all of this demand. And we've been able to lower the price and give her one printed, hey, this is the price that you're gonna get when you come onto our marketplace. So first and foremost, we're saving her money on her goods that she's buying for her shop. Second is because she's doing digital transactions with us and we're logging her orders, she now has a credit score. And so we are able to offer her a buy now, pay later product, which allows her to increase, it allows her to finance her working capital, allows her to increase her order frequency and her order values. And the last thing that makes it easy is it's mobile restock. So we're saving her money on logistics, right? She doesn't have to go to the market. She doesn't have to come back. She doesn't have to pay for that transport. She doesn't have to pay for storage. She doesn't have to pay for security to watch her goods when her store is shut. So, and this is all done through the Zumi app, which KCJF funds have helped us develop over the past year. Where'd he go? If I can get the next slide, please. Thank you. So this is the catalytic journey of our entrepreneur. So she might come to us where she already has a shop potentially, but we've also had a number of women come to us who say, hey, I want to get started. I want to start my business. Where do I start? How much money do I need? What products do I buy? So she's starting here with us. And typically she's, maybe earning $200, $300 a month. So that's around, 25 to, 50K a month is kind of like her starting point. Already when she starts working with us, we're able to drop the price of her goods, which means she's increasing her income by about 30% already. When we add in a layer of buy now, pay later, she's now able to double her order value and basically double her income. So already her business grows just by doing about 3 to 5 transactions with us. We now evaluate her for credit and we enable her to use the buy now, pay later product. And then the third level, which we are pushing towards right now, is bringing her onto a digital app where she can then sell through social media, sell through her own website, sell through WhatsApp, and that opens up multiple selling channels for her. So now she doesn't just have her own physical shop and she's selling to physical customers. Now she can sell digitally through multiple different channels. Great. So these are a couple of our entrepreneurs. So just to I'll give you the story of Joyce, because this is really, she's been a telltale kind of example of that growth trajectory. So Joyce started with us about a little over a year ago. She was doing about 50K in revenue per month with her one shop. She was selling women's dresses. She started working with us. She started, building up her transaction record. We gave her access to buy now, pay later product. She utilized that to now open a second shop where she's selling men's trousers. And since then, she's grown her business. She now has a third shop. So Joyce has gone from her own one shop where she's supporting herself and, and her family. She now has 2 employees and 3 shops total. She's a prime example of somebody where you can really transform her business and then also have an exponential effect on adding jobs because she's able to add jobs through growing her own business. So she's somebody where now we look at, okay, you've been selling, clothing. How about we add home goods? How about we add beauty? And Zumi is able to utilize our data that we have from our transactions around the market to give advice to these business owners about how do they grow their business even further? How do they expand their categories and their profit margin even more? So as I think everyone here has already demonstrated, this is a really big market. The SME entrepreneur, engine is really the foundation and the backbone of business and the economy across the continent. So this is our addressable market today, $120 billion just in the apparel and home sectors. You can add on categories there and it expands and expands. But I think what's interesting is this is the value of the market today. We've already seen what happens when you take a Joyce and you multiply her business 2-fold and 5-fold. That number will continue to grow. So the challenge for us is, how do we scale? That's why we're all here today. And I think, there is, the one element of getting somebody like a Joyce online on the app, access to financial services, access to more selling channels. How do we do that? And I think from our experience at Zumi, it's similar to what I've heard, around the room. We're all talking about putting somebody on an app, right? Well, we know that in Kenya, people have access to smartphones, great, but are they using them? And what's very interesting that we find with our customers in our markets is they have a smartphone and they do use it, but not when they're in the market. They use their Kibamba phone when they're in the market. for a couple of reasons. One is security, but also data is expensive, right? So until the price of data, potentially comes down and the cost of smartphones comes down, the utilization of those apps is still going to be a challenge. So that's one area that we see is kind of like not necessarily a barrier to scale, but a challenge to scale. Is how do we actually get our customers to utilize these digital services to get plugged into the tools that will enable them to reach scale. So I think I'll end there, and yeah, looking forward to the discussion.
All right, thank you so much. So the guys coming up next, we like to think of them as our youngest in the room, but they're chilling with the big boys. So they are a social commerce platform solution for MSMEs, and they harness the power of influencers to connect with the MSMEs target audience. So Twiva provides MSMEs with a simple interface to enter details of the products they're selling, and then influencers and micro-influencers select the products they want to promote, and they're automatically listed on their social media shops and available as shoppable posts on either social media channels. So that's with Instagram and Facebook at the moment, right? Yes, so over to you, Peter. Also, could we just get the sound fixed? Thank you.
Thank you, Imani. Good morning. I think I would like to start by saluting all the fellow entrepreneurs in the room, the startups and scale-ups, and of course to congratulate you for the great work you're doing. I'm sure we all agree that the task of the day for us is to create more jobs, and particularly so digital and digitally enabled jobs for our young people on the continent, because that continues to be the main challenge. My name is Peter Kiranji. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Twiva, which is a social commerce platform, and we help businesses, particularly so MSMEs, to market and sell their goods and services through social media influencers, or resellers that have a presence on digital platforms like your Facebook, your Instagram. Youngest in the room, and grateful for the support. We are currently burning through the resources that we have gotten from our supporters, especially the KCJF fund. One of the main challenge for the small businesses has always been and continues to be access to markets. They either don't have the resources to market on these platforms, and those that have resources don't have the digital capacity, the digital marketing skill set to take advantage of the digital platforms to gain access to markets. The other challenges, and we'll talk about those, some of these span across the e-commerce ecosystem, like lack of trust. And if there are businesses that are not trusted, then maybe will continue to not be trusted on these platforms, are the small businesses that have not invested in creating a brand that can be recognized by consumers. Those are some of the challenges we are solving. Before we address how we solve those challenges, maybe I can briefly walk you through how the platform works. If we can go to the next slide. So we serve MSMEs, particularly so the micro, the small ones. So we try to avoid buzzwords, and we try to simplify how our platform works. Because this, like I said, these are folks that do not have the luxury of having the digital marketing skill set to actually take advantage of the ecosystem that we could argue the case that is quite complex in terms of how you capture value out of it if you're a small business. So we have, it's a multi-sided platform. We have businesses, the MSMEs, we have the social media influencers who are the resellers. And of course we have the buyers or the consumers. So for the MSMEs, their job is quite simple. It's just to list your product on the platform. And that is a one page where you're just doing the normal stuff like providing the product photos or short form videos, describing your product, and then of course the pricing point, you set that. And that's all a business has to do. And that is a one-time activity that they have to go through. And then we expose all those products to the influencers in thousands that are on our platform. And then the influencers would have access. They would select what they believe they can sell or what aligns with their brand. Given that these are digital content creators, you have someone who maybe does makeup tutorials. They know the type of product that they would push. But of course, we have the technology layer that matches the product to the influencers by pulling data points from their social media presence and then knowing what they're likely to sell well. And then once the influencer selects what they want to sell, we do everything else. And that is the automation of taking that one product listing and pushing it to all the social media platforms where they have a presence. The power of this is exactly that you can create a shop within a minute as a business and then list a product, and that product would be listed across all these social media platforms. And we know for a fact that this is where majority of the consumers are spending time. And of course, this is social media, it's skewed towards the young people, their consumer behaviors have changed, and of course, they are skewed towards where they are spending most of their time. And then buyers would discover those products from social media platforms, and of course, purchase that today through our social app. What I would like to highlight is, okay, from this process, how do we solve the main pain points? The number one is that these businesses don't have the skills that are required to position these products for success. And the main one is content creation. If I'm going to buy something from online, I want to see not only the quality, its features, its benefit, but I must also have visibility into everything else. So what we do is that at the point where an influencer is selecting the product that they want to sell, we allow them to repackage the content of the product. And that is taking better photos, because that's what they are good at, or creating videos that articulate the benefit of the products that they are pushing. And then pushing that to their social media platforms. The power of the platform is that, say a business lists a product, a blazer, and 1,000 influencers believe that they can push that product. And each influencer today has an average of 3 social media accounts. That is to say, without spending a single shilling or a single dollar, that product is listed across 3,000 online shops. So, and they have not spent a single shilling to either market or to set up an e-commerce platform. That is the main competitive advantage that we have, and that's the value that we create for the businesses. And we do this in 3 layers. There's the listing. We are treating social media platform like any other e-commerce platform. The second layer is the content. Can we convert every content that is being posted on online platforms, whether it's Google, Facebook, TikTok, Twitter, to be shoppable content, so that if you're going through a video and you actually like what you see, you can transition from that video and buy a product. And that becomes quite powerful, because this then have lives online forever, and they can be discovered on Google search engines. And then of course, the third layer, which is more proactive, is live streaming sessions, still early stages. That's what we are piloting right now, to say that, can these influential resellers, the social media influencers, go in front of a camera and actually push a product? And we are currently seeing successes in our pilot. So maybe we can go to the next slide and I can walk you. If we can go to the next one. Okay, let's go to the other one. I think there's one that is not on here. I wanted to give you a contrast between the challenges they are facing and how we are helping them navigate that so that they can scale. I think the first one is what I talked about, the lack of trust. Today, folks trust digital content creators or the influencers more than they trust a small business owners. So the fact that these are the resellers, we are able to close that gap of lack of trust. And this is because of how the products are packaged, and then the messenger who is articulating the benefits, the features, the pricing point. And these tend to be more trusted on online platform, and particularly so on social media platform. The other one is the high cost of accessing these digital platforms. These are maybe traditional e-commerce platforms like Jumia, Shopify. Shopify equally competitive in terms of pricing point, but I guarantee you no small business in Kenya or across the continent that is willing or able to sustain those costs of listing on that product. And when they have this e-commerce platform, they still need to navigate the layer of marketing, which again, they lack the skill set. So we close that gap by giving them a platform where you are not burning any upfront cost. You list your products, we only capture value if we create value for you, because this is a transaction-based cost. So you're not incurring a single shilling to set up your online presence. And this has enabled us to have a significant number of MSMEs transitioning in small scalable step to being more micro and mature companies. I'll invite my colleague, Esther, our head of marketing and communication, maybe to walk us through the milestones, the traction we are seeing for. Is there success here? And what is it that we could do to make sure that we are scalable to serve more MSMEs? Because we believe that if we can scale, we can help these businesses be more sustainable and they can scale to create more jobs for young people.
Thank you, Peter. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, my name is Esther. So I'll just take you through the remaining bit of where we are as Twiva and where we intend to be. So currently, in terms of our traction and milestones, we have 3 particular phases. So we have the registered MSMEs, we have registered influencers, and we have listed products on our platform. So the Twiva platform is currently available on the Android version. So if you have an Android phone, you can just head over to the Google Play Store and just search Twiva, you'd be able to see it. And if you are on the iOS version, you'd be able to just log into the website directly. Although currently we are in the process of developing a better app that would be able to be seamlessly integrated into both versions. So in terms of the registered MSMEs, we are currently north of 1,000, so heading to 12,000, 1,200 registered MSMEs. And these are MSMEs in different industries. So whether you're looking at fashion, beauty, automotive, electronics, you name it. And then we have registered influencers currently north of 3,500, and the numbers are still going up. Again, mostly we focus on nano and micro influencers. And for us, we're also redefining who an influencer is. So as long as you have the ability to sell a product online, we consider you an influencer. And as Peter has rightly mentioned, these influencers are able to take whatever product that an MSME is selling and repackage it and resell it to their following based on what would be attractive to them. So say, for instance, you have an MSME listed on the platform, a beauty MSME, or let's say fashion, which is our biggest category. So they have a different range of fast fashion clothes. Influencers on the platform who are under the fashion category are also quite high in numbers. So that nano or micro influencer with a following of, let's say, 1,000 to 50K followers will take that dress and create content around it that would be appealing to their following, meaning that they'll be able to make a sale for that particular MSME. So all that they have to do is list all their products, all their clothes. The influencer takes them, repackages them, and they're able to sell to their followers. And then we do have products listed on our platform, north of 4,000 products. Again, the numbers are also going up due to the propensity of the app. So ever since we partnered with KCJF, who have been instrumental in helping us scale, we have managed to grow by 23% in terms of our revenue growth for Twiva. And then in terms of the MSMEs working with us, they have also reported a 29% increase in their revenue. And also the average pay per influencer on the platform has gone up by 9% because we believe in giving influencers dignified jobs. So for instance, if an influencer sells a product, they earn a sensible commission from that product. And I'm also going to touch on some of the ways that influencers are earning on the platform that is giving them a sustainable source of income. So Imani, you could go to the next slide. So I'm going to touch on scalability. So in terms of the market, we currently serve a 14 million market size. And because we cannot be able to serve that bigger market, we are currently focused on 70% of that market. So why we believe this will scale on its own, Twiva will scale out of Kenya, is because of two reasons. First of all, we have witnessed an increase in organic traffic. So we have people who are actively searching for ways they can be able to sell online on social media. And we have influencers who have become sort of our brand ambassadors. And this is done through referrals and a lot of user-generated content. So you find that anytime an influencer makes a sale, be it on IG, Facebook, WhatsApp shop, they're actually able to create content around that. And in terms of it's PR, where they can let others know that Twiva actually gives the young people an opportunity for them to be able to create an income. And then also, like I mentioned, there is a referral program. So currently every influencer is earning 1,000 Kenya shillings for every referral made, which is quite reasonable for them. So this is regardless of whether you have 100 followers on Instagram or whether you have 50K. And then in terms of the product, so we do have the multi-listing option. And as Peter has mentioned, this product will be listed across all the shops that the influencer currently has. So this particular product, the Twiva product, the reason why, again, it is scalable is because we're in the business of social commerce. So social commerce, the Meta, the TikToks, the Twitter, they're available globally. So we would not be looking to set up, it's not an e-commerce, so we wouldn't be looking to set up in a different country. All we would need to do is introduce the product there. And then there are always influencers in every country. The influencer identifies their niche. The MSME identifies the category or the industry that they're in. And then the product is able to serve both divides. So there is also no cost for the business to list the product on our platform. And the beauty of it is that, again, every content creator is going to create content around your product. So you do not have to worry about the content creation bit of it. Perhaps what would pain the MSME will just be a quality product. So let's say you're taking an image of a phone, just the quality of the product, but in terms of creating content around it, you're guaranteed that the influencer would be able to do that. Then we do have team and resources. So we have been fortunate to partner with bodies like Kpis and KCJF and the MasterCard Foundation, who have believed in the power of this particular platform. So let's say, for instance, if we scale in Uganda, we would have to look for an alternative of, let's say, Kpis in that particular country, so that you can be able to tap into their database of MSMEs. So we also have infrastructural partners like Ngenesis. So Ngenesis are currently helping us to create a better version of the product, so eliminating the bugs. And as I mentioned, the app is only available at the moment on Android. So they would be able to create an app that is compatible with all versions, so the iOS and the Android. And then, of course, making the process a lot more seamless. So we are currently in the process of raising a $3 million USD seed fund. And because we have our partners like KCJF on board helping us with this, we are hopeful that we're going to close this particular seed round. So I will end it there for my presentation and welcome any questions or comments. Oh.
All right. Thank you so much for grantees. Really appreciate the time and the effort that went into preparing the presentations. We're going to take a short break, all of 10 minutes. Yes, we have a very strict cutoff time. So we're going to have our coffee for all of 10 minutes. You can come back to the room with your coffee. So let's just do that. And then we have a couple of keynotes that will then lead into a panel discussion, right? Thank you. To the guys online, yes, give us a 10 minutes break and we'll be right back. Thank you. Let's have that website. Oh, let's have that website.
Hello. Hey guys, right? Thank you so much for coming back in. Panel discussion in the plenary, and that's going to be moderated by my very able colleague, Charles Warrior. Yeah, in the meantime, if you have any questions, feel free to knock them down. There's a lot of them around, and any feedback that you have in the presentation. We're happy to take this comment. Yeah, and this difficulty, your teacher is the hashtag Restock, thank you.
Welcome back from tea. You see, I have been with the program for the last 2 years. And at some point, I think I know what they do. And when they present, I'm taking notes, like I'm hearing lots of new stuff. And that's what I was doing today. I find myself taking copious notes because there's a lot of wow moments whenever these companies are presenting. And I keep looking forward to these moments when they can present. The last hour, we listened to a cross-section of very innovative ideas that young people are deploying using tech to disrupt the various spaces where they work. Your Excellency, Deputy High Commissioner, that's like you. I saw you taking copious notes. Did you have to rewrite your speech? Just kidding, but this is your moment to share with us, also as the owner of the fund, and the origin of this amazing program. Share with us your take on what you've seen here today. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I think we're about to tip from morning to afternoon, but good morning, good afternoon, whichever side of the line we're on. A couple apologies. I, of course, don't have a presentation, and I am wearing a tie, which I understand is a complete no-no in the digital world. Look, a few thoughts. I think, firstly, I thank you so much to everyone presented before. I mean, you've really inspired us. And a personal reflection is, where I sort of last saw many of you when you were pitching, and to see the progress that you've made and to see that journey you've been on is absolutely wonderful. So again, thank you very much for that. So the kind of core issue for us is, as we look at Kenya, is that this is focused on literally the #1 public policy challenge, which is jobs. And Mercy put it better than I can, but you've got 900,000 young people who come onto the job market each year, and 10% of them get a formal job. And what do the others do? And what's amazing, of course, is that the solution is also here. It's as in a sense, throughout development, it's about technology. And it's technology that helps companies grow, it attracts investment, it creates opportunities. And of course, as we're seeing here with this focus today, it's about it is again coming to this core issue of generating jobs and growth. So what I get very excited about when I look at the opportunity here in Kenya is you have a very dynamic population. You have a very young population, a real entrepreneurial spirit, people who are really willing to go out and hustle. And you know, for us as your partners, that's a wonderful context to be coming into, to be supporting. We're not at all blind to the challenges, and you know, you've talked about some of them today. You know, there are constraints in the labor market. There are real barriers to accessing capital. This issue of scale came up a lot, and you know, again, the exciting thing is that we heard a lot about the solutions to that fragmentation, to that scale, to that access to finance challenge, and all the brilliant entrepreneurs we heard from today, they're providing solutions to exactly those sets of problems. And I think for the rest of us in the room, the challenge is to kind of support that and to keep it going. And that's exactly the point of today. It's to celebrate the work that the entrepreneurs are doing, but it's also for you to learn from each other, and it's for the rest of us to try and take that out to the rest of the country, to all the other entrepreneurs out there, so that they learn from it. And so that's why we put so much effort on these showcasing, on the media work. It's because it's not just about the catalytic effect is not just about the firm, it's about that wider ecosystem. Frankly, we're very proud to be your partners. We think when you look at Kenya, when you look at the UK, these are two countries that are characterized by innovation, and increasingly they're characterized by digital approaches. And that's exactly what we're about. That's exactly what this modern partnership is about. Let me say a little bit about the Jobs Fund. It's been covered by the team a lot, so I'll only say a couple of things. But again, you know, thank you to the team who are helping, Toby, Charles, lots of others. We've created so far 60,000 job opportunities, and we think by the end of the fund, after the 4 years, we think we'll get up to about 100,000. Just below, hopefully around that. That is a really impressive thing to have done. So that's because of all the work that you've done and that we've supported. Not just the funding, but also that advice that's come with it. And again, and I keep saying this, it's about also, it's not just a bilateral, like we help. It's about how you engage with, learn from, partner with each other. I was really heartened to see some of those partnerships that are happening already. I've not seen all your firms in action. I have seen 10 Census in action. So that to me is a really powerful thing when you visit the nursery, when you see the grafting of the seedlings, when you see the support from the governor. He planted a tree next to the one I planted. His is already growing cashew nuts. Mine, not yet. I'm not sure what that says, but the point is, you then see that digital transformation of farmers being brought into the value chain, and the tens of thousands of farmers that are being supported, not just with the seedlings, but then that access to market. It's a terrific thing. So across the whole, really across the whole program, it's a wonderful thing for me to be able to hear today everything that you've achieved, and that we can continue to support you, work with you, partner with you, and that you can continue to do that. And that's what we're about. We're about harnessing that dynamism, that energy, and helping Kenyan entrepreneurs like yourself really take it to the next level. The challenge of scale is one that we always talk about, and that we will continue working on, because it's the key one. So we're not fully through all our spending. We've spent about 260 million shillings on the main sets of partners to date. We are truly proud of the work we did about COVID. We know COVID was a real challenge to the sector, and we're really proud of the partners that we supported with those kind of COVID innovations. And more widely, as I was just reflecting, actually COVID has prompted I mean, it was really tough. Let's not gloss it, but it's prompted a push even more into digital working and digital solutions. We were forced to do that, but it's been something that's been a silver lining to what was quite a dark cloud. And I think, again, that's another rationale for our work today, that we come out of that in an even stronger place because of these digital solutions that we're seeing across it today. One final set of thoughts from me is that this program is really one example of a much wider digital partnership that we have with Kenya. Where's Sheena? Sheena is the head of our UK Tech Hub. Take a bow, stand up. It's fantastic in other areas. Again, supporting small, medium-scale firms, looking at the regulatory environment, looking at digital apprenticeships, and looking at all that capacity building as others in the room are. And working with angel investors, again, thinking about how you get that finance into the sector, get it in earlier in the process. So Sheena heads up our Tech Hub. Go and chat to her. We have a digital access program that does what it says on the tin. We're trying to improve access within Kenya. And Mercy, who's our lead on this program, will roll her eyes, as all my other team leaders do, is whenever I see an annual review of our program, I ask, what's the digital angle on this? What are you doing to look at the digital angle on this? Because as somebody rightly put it earlier, the future is digital. And so for everything we're doing on every single program, I always ask, what's the digital angle? And if they don't have an answer, then they have to come back and give an answer because it's so important. It's absolutely the future in doing our programs better, having greater impact, with less input. So whether it's delivering cash transfer programs into Ghana, which are delivered in a digital fashion, biometrics through M-Pesa, encouraging people to get bank accounts in these drought conditions, again, delivering cash in a very effective, impactful way. We've, in a completely other end of the spectrum, we've been investing in Kamaza. Some of you know the firm, in addition to yours. Again, a very digitally enabled firm helping smallholder farmers, smallholder timber producers, again, get an income and have a climate impact, which is, again, win-win-win all the way. So the future is absolutely digital, whether you're in drought conditions in Turkana or whether you're growing all kinds of trees in Kilifi. Just finally, again, whatever we work on with Kenya, these issues of innovation, digital partnership, these are absolutely core to our partnership. And that's what we feel a modern partnership is about. And that's why I'm so excited to be here today, is because we think it's at the heart of our partnership. We think this program is absolutely wonderful. We love it. I'm not allowed to have favorite programs, but if I did, this one might be one of them. Because I see it as a truly it is truly catalytic, and it's truly innovative, and it's truly impactful. So with that, a huge asante ni sana for all the work that you're doing, and look forward to the next phase.
A round of applause to the Deputy High Commissioner, please. And a round of applause to Julius, please. and we'll sneak in a polite request to Mercy and Rasmus to have your office have this as your favorite program. Our next speaker is Dr. Tony Omwansa, who is the CEO of the Kenya National Innovation Agency. Is a government agency that drives innovation into this space, to also address the gathering.
Thanks very much for the invitation, and nice to meet all of you, all protocols observed. As you can tell, I did not plan to make a presentation. How you can tell is that I don't have a jacket. Typically in government, you know. But anyway, I've been asked to share some little thoughts and I came planning for a panel session. All the same, maybe I think the best place is to start by introducing what is the Kenya National Innovation Agency and the context in which we are. First of all, it's a young agency that kind of got operationalized a little over a year now. It was created by an act of parliament at the realization that we've got to coordinate our efforts given the opportunity that innovation provides, all right? And I think it was brilliant. We're still in the formative stages, that's fine, but I think the clarity of the vision and the potential impact that the agency can have is tremendous. The mission of the agency is to develop and manage a national innovation system that facilitates taking ideas to market. I thought people who formed it were quite smart, all right? Now the measure of success in that case would be how many ideas can we find to market and of what quality? So it's quantity, quality. That's what I'll be measured by, all right? Now how to get there is part of what we're trying to frame, and I'll talk a little bit about some initiatives we are putting in place towards coordinating that national effort. And being here and listening, of course, to a number of efforts that, you know, entrepreneurs, startups are putting together speaks to exactly what we should be doing. Now, we've worked closely with the UK government in a number of initiatives. Sheena has become a pet name wherever you go because of her passion and interest in what Kenya does, and of course, similar kind of initiatives. You know, one way that I see part of what we do is how do we create a national network of this kind of initiatives, of this kind of individual efforts, and how do we measure that towards the end? So a couple of initiatives that we currently have. The first one is the Kenya National, what we call an Innovation Week, National Innovation Week. We call it KIW. And we started it last year. Like I said, the agency has been there a little over a year. So we started in December, between the 6th and the 10th, we ran the first one. And we had 4 tracks. The first one is on skills, and Sheena was championing that. And we argue that, you know, unless people internalize the mindset, all right, of innovation, right from kindergarten all the way to national leadership, diffuse as much of these skills as we can in society. Because you might struggle when you try to engage with someone, you're like, okay, they're not speaking my language. It's a question of skills, all right? So skills is first. And then 2 is the tools, which is technology. And I think you've been talking about digital, you know, blockchain, all that language is connecting. So if you give people skills and then you give them the tools that they can relate with, the third thing I would want you to do is to give a methodology. Okay, how do I use the tools with the skills I have into an enterprise, into a solution? And that's where commercialization comes. And that becomes the third track, more of the hows to move with what we have. And the fourth one is startups, the product, the enterprise, joint venture, and so on and so forth. The discipline across and the frameworks across each of these 4 is different. And that's why we have 4 summits together, and in a way they connect to each other. All right. Now we had a great forum and we look to grow it into an international forum over the next 10 years. It will be the climax of innovation in Kenya every year. If someone told you about a different forum, they misled you. It's this one. We're going to build it into an international forum over the next couple of years. And we would like the whole world to focus on Kenya, on matters of innovation at that time. Within the startup track, you would expect all the pitching, attracting funders, partners, customers, and so on and so forth. And we've begun laying the framework for the Innovation Week of 2022, which will be between the 8th and the 10th of November. Mark those dates, 8th and the 10th of November, after the noise of the election and so on and so forth, okay? The second initiative, out of the Innovation Week of 2021, it became clear that we need a national master plan. And all the various efforts that we have find a way of connecting together towards a national agenda. So a team has already begun putting together a national master plan, which we call the 10-year Kenya National Innovation Master Plan. which will shape our efforts to the next 10 years. Because it's good, it's important to say, where do you want to be? If today I wonder, where do you want to be as a startup? You will give me your numbers. So if government asks me, or even you ask government, okay, where do we want to be? We need to define where we want to be. And we will shape that together. And we're actually working closely with the UK government as well. I've studied the 10-year master plan for the UK government as well, as we build that momentum. And within it, I see us addressing the innovation funding element. All right, innovation funding. I see us addressing Startup Kenya agenda. And we are looking to launch this master plan during the Innovation Week of 2022. The third initiative that, after listening a lot, we feel we need to build is a marketplace, is a digital marketplace. You see, even as we walked outside, I could hear the tone like, wow, what great ideas. But I wonder why so-and-so doesn't know about this. I wonder why, that's not connected to this. And I get those kind of questions every so often. And like somebody tells me, oh, there's a great innovator in Taita Taveta, you need to go and see. There's a great innovation in Kisumu, you need to go and see. But how many places can I go? Kenya is so huge. But what if we thought about a digital marketplace that enables a supply side and a demand side to connect? Once you create connection, what happens after that? Anything can happen, great or small, but something will happen. And so we've begun an effort to try and build what we're calling a Kenya Innovation Bridge to strengthen the linkages of what I may call the supply side. Now I call this supply side because you have a solution, all right? And you have thought through the solution. It's user-centered, it's problem-based, it is sustainable, it is scalable. On this other side would be a funder, it would be a partner, it would be a customer, it would be a user. And the more I increase your discoverability and visibility, the more the likelihood you will succeed. The fourth initiative is what we're calling an innovation fellowship, a national innovation fellowship. Again, after listening, and it's the first time I've worked in government, I'm a little bit an odd one out sometime, I think, but I'm surviving day by day. I have observed there are a lot of challenges in government. And some of those challenges, the solutions are right here. But sometimes the innovators will struggle to access that opportunity to solve it and probably be paid. And it has actually dawned on me that as an innovation agency, we have an opportunity to bridge. When I negotiate with another government agency to solve their problem, I don't go through procurement as a government agency. I don't go through procurement, but you will have to go through procurement, all right? But if I negotiate to get the challenge and the funding behind that challenge, and I work with you to solve it, and I put you under my arms like you are part of Kenya, we can solve the problem without necessarily going through procurement. Isn't that innovative? Okay, so we're setting up this, and I think it's just that we have too many initiatives. So we're going to set up from July, the Innovation Fellowship, with the aim of harvesting as many of these challenges, because we have the credibility and the goodwill to engage private sector and government to harvest the challenges. And some of these challenges will fit exactly to the solution that you have. And that way we'll have created opportunity to this other side. I think with those many remarks, which I didn't prepare for, I think what I can say is very glad to be connected. Kenya, yes, is a young agency, but at least you will feel the presence of Kenya more and more as we move over time, because we have clarity about what we're trying to do. We're listening a lot and we're learning a lot with what's happening. And we hope that, we can be a good mediator, a good connector, and good enabler. Thank you.
Another round of applause to Dr. Mwansa. So we're going to shift gears a little bit and get into some more focused discussions, talking about scale. And Dr. Mwansa, thank you very much for offering that, you can help take some of these solutions to scale without the rigorous procurement bureaucracy, within the public sector. Please, let's give him a hand, because we're going to take him up on that. And that brings us to this exciting moment for the panel discussion. And our panelists, I'm going to start with you, Dr. Mwansa. come right forward, because there's a lot that these innovations can top onto what the Kenya National Agency, Innovation Agency. I don't know how many countries in Africa have the national innovation agencies, but Kenya has it, and we have innovators in the room. The second person I'm gonna invite to the panel, who's been mentioned several times, Sheena, please. And the third person I'm going to invite is Richard Ipero. Richard Ipero is representing the Micro and Small Enterprises Authority, which is another government agency, also established by an act of parliament. Please welcome. And with a sole responsibility to grow the SMEs and the SME space in Kenya. And then I'm also going to invite someone from the investor community, from Nova Star. Yeah, he's giving me the smile. Right. So he's our panel. He's our panel, and I'm gonna give. All right. So Julius has to leave. Okay. That's okay, sir. Yeah. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. So I'm gonna pass the mic to Sheena. I don't know if this is working. Should be working. Yes. Yes.
Great.
And the UK Tech Hub. Sheena and I speak a lot on LinkedIn, and she's always going on and buzzing up about how SMEs are using tech and disrupting chains all over the country. And you had to be here today to also listen to this, and please give us your initial thoughts, having listened to what was shared across the room, and having been a champion of these innovations. What are some of your initial thoughts? What did you hear? What did you see?
Yeah. No, thank you so much. I hope you can all hear me. But it's been a real pleasure being here, and I've known some of these companies and watched their journey over the years. And as Julius said, we're not allowed to have favorites, and I run my own program, but I love this program. I think it's really impactful and what can be achieved. I do believe that entrepreneurs are the way to get job creation. We need to have an environment where entrepreneurs can access, capital, talent, markets, networks, good regulation, enabling environments so they can grow and create the much needed jobs. I know everybody's in the hunt for a unicorn. I'm not. I'm actually looking for amazing, scalable companies that create jobs. Now, listening to what everybody has said, I think some of the challenges are quite clear. It's all about scale. How do we scale? And I think I see this a lot. I see lots and lots of companies with lots and lots of good ideas. And just here, listening to all the solutions, they're really, really impressive. But what can we do to take them to the next level? And of course, one is money, and we have a funder here. So everybody approach the funder and try and get funding to scale. And that's one way, and it's very important. But the VC model is not the only model that's available, right? You do need capital, but there are other things, if you're not getting the capital, that you can still do. So one of them, I think, and it's a really difficult one, it's what I like to call, the C word, but the other C word, collaboration. And everybody talks about collaboration, but it's actually very difficult to collaborate, because whilst we're collaborating, we're also competing. We're competing for funding, we're competing for media attention, we're competing for customers. So it's very, very difficult. As much as we talk about collaboration, it's very difficult. So how can we get different people to collaborate? And just seeing today, everybody's solutions, as they were talking, I was thinking, I work with female groups of entrepreneurs. I work with the women in business, women in manufacturing, women, lots of other groups of entrepreneurs, hubs across Kenya, who I don't think 70 or 80% actually haven't heard of Arifu, and they haven't heard of Somo. And these are products that are available to Eva, that are available to them. So how do we break those barriers? How do we get not only, and it's great to see the companies themselves partnering with each other, because you can compete and collaborate, but how do we open those linkages across within Kenya and then of course globally? And I think that's intentional. And what I do, and I use LinkedIn quite a lot, as you mentioned, is I literally go around connecting people, and I just say, you two meet. And they meet, and literally 2 years later, something's come out or it hasn't. But is that scalable? I'm not sure. I'm still gonna carry on doing that. Even after today, we're gonna carry on doing that. But I think, how do we build these linkages? Because there's lots of amazing things that are happening, but we need to break silos. I think that's one of the biggest things that I would take away.
Thank you very much. If you pass on the mic to Richard. And Richard and I first met at a different forum. We're talking about data and how to use community-generated data and that kind of thing. But today we change, we're taking a different conversation. MSEA was established with a clear remit. There's over 7 million SMEs in this country. Out of those, roughly about 2.3 million registered. The rest are just operating. But they have a bouquet of challenges, barriers to scale, that they face. And today you've listened to these companies here, small and medium, amazing solutions, amazing potential to disrupt and bring in more small SMEs to play. But they have practical barriers. For example, people have smartphones, but they can't use smartphones because they're saying, look, bundles in this country, and bundles is not within your purview, it is in Safaricom. But if you listen to some of those challenges, like, for example, high cost of bundle, therefore reducing utilization of tech via smartphones and people embracing e-commerce, and the structure of the SMEs, most of whom you're registered. What's your first take in the role that MSEA can do, from an ecosystem perspective, to try and negotiate on behalf of, some of the SMEs in terms of attempting to unlock barriers that prevent them from taking these solutions to scale? And after that, I'll piggyback that question back to the agency to see what MSEA and Kenya can do together. But what's your take on Fazwa?
Thank you so much. Thank you, Charles. My name is Richard from Micro and Small Enterprise Authority. Maybe just to tell you about who is MSEA. So from there, we can now discuss further. Micro and Small Enterprise Authority is a government agency which was established by an act of parliament. And its mandate is to promote micro and small enterprises, to develop micro and small enterprises, and also to regulate the sector. So basically, it's a government agency that has a primary mandate of ensuring that the business environment is conducive for MSMEs or MSs to be able to grow from micro to small to medium, then to large. So basically, we have a primary mandate, and it is not an easy mandate that we are charged with, and we are trying our level best to ensure that we scale up MSCs. Today, we are glad to be part of this discussion, roundtable discussion as an authority. We are so happy with the innovations and the disruptions that we've had from the innovators. And I was discussing with my colleague, and just reflecting on how far or what is our role in as far as scaling of these innovations are concerned. Indeed, we have a role in terms of ensuring that that MSCs, start with the micro, because I think micro are the ones that are more exposed to, they're vulnerable in a way by virtue of their sizes of their businesses, by virtue of the ability to even information skills, they're more vulnerable. So the group from micro is more vulnerable, and as you come up the ladder, the level of vulnerability really declines. So that's a group that we are really keen on in terms of how do we assist, and they form a big mass of the population, especially young people. In this republic, we have over 7.4 million MSMEs that are supporting over 14 million livelihoods and more. And you're getting many more youths and many people, entrepreneurs, getting into some form of activity. So it is an area that is really an area that is very interesting in terms of even the contribution to a gross domestic product as a country. And indeed, the government has done so much, and there's still a lot that being done in terms of really assisting the young people. And so listening to today's discussions, indeed, the innovations are very positive. From where we sit as an institution, it is even a challenge to us that we need to do more in terms of how do we scale up these innovations. Because as I stated here, probably some of us, or a majority of us, are MSCs in a way, or MSMEs. And I believe for most Kenyans, either you're in a form of, either you are in agribusiness, you are in manufacturing, probably you are in service industry, you are in trade or mining. So it cuts across all those sectors. And these sectors play a critical role. And from where we sit, we are putting measures in really trying to upscale usability or utilization of digital platforms that are there, that are known to the entrepreneurs, others are not known to entrepreneurs. Quite a number of challenges that are facing, of course, as a sector. A majority of MSCs, in terms of their skills, in terms of the ability to keep record, is an issue. And I was glad the first presentation made by Somo. I think there's an aspect of records management, which is very key. An aspect of linking affordable credit, appropriate credit to the MSCs is another issue that MSCs are facing, which we are coming in to bridge that. An aspect of market information. Information asymmetry is a common phenomenon among the MSCs, whereby I'm producing a product or a service. Probably I have no idea where I'll sell it. And that creates a problem because that chain will not be complete. If I'm producing a product and I'm unable to sell it, it then means that if I've borrowed or if I've invested capital into that business, I'm unable to sell the product. It then means that I'm unable to even run the business or even service the loans. So that becomes a serious problem. And I think it's really requires that it's not only a one person, actually it's not, it requires a lot of synergy and collaboration in terms of really unlocking the challenge. And the cost of using digital platforms, like the issue of data. Indeed, we are having that problem in terms of, for me to transact as an MSC, I need to have some data. And of course, that is costly. If I put some bundles within a few minutes, probably I'm logged out because I'll not be having data to be able to transact. Probably I would have done, maybe I've done incomplete transaction. That is an issue that we're facing. Two, the issue of Charles mentioned something to do with credit, whereby it is a common occurrence amongst us MSCs and a majority of Kenya in terms of multiple borrowing, where we have misused fintechs in terms of taking loans from, using from one a financial service provider, maybe Fuliza, we have those in KCB, we have those in Tala. And that complicates it all because now it brings in an aspect of moral hazard, whereby now I'm unable to maintain one line. So I'm forced to have several lines to ensure that if I'm sent money by Toby, of course I'll have to tell him, don't use this number, use another one. And that really brings in an aspect of how disciplined are we in terms of even use of these facilities. So basically a lot of ethical changes or paradigm shift is required. And this only comes through more information that I believe that we have a role, and we all have a role in terms of disseminating the same information. So Charles, where we sit, we have a number of initiatives in terms of really unlocking these challenges. We have a number of collaborations that we think we can pursue with other government agencies and private sector players like Safaricom in terms of really unlocking that challenge. And what we're doing is that one, we are promoting formalization of the sector. We have a registrar of MSCs associations. There's an office that is fully operational. We want to inform the public and MSCs in terms of the need to really register, to formalize. What you're promoting is that we want to see groups coming up together, probably homogeneous groups. They come up together, they're formalized into associations and umbrella organizations. And the importance of that is that one, we're able to know how many MSCs. In fact, that's another problem in terms of even how many are there in the Republic. There's scant information in terms of where are they, what are they doing now, what are the challenges, specific challenges. So we have this office whereby now we bring them together through having associations. We're able to, one, they're able to even bargain they're able to lobby for even better business and operating environment. They're able to bring even training opportunities, like now when you have such platforms like For instance, the one that was shared by Frank, that relates to avocado farmers, macadamia farmers. It is easier when you have farmers in groups than dealing with individual farmers. It's easier even to bring training opportunities, even on use of platforms when they're in groups. So we are promoting, what we're doing is that we're organizing them into groups, and through such forums, we're able to upscale, we're able to really be able to sensitize them on the available platforms. And I think that's an area that we'll do it more. And we have appreciated that there's need to do more in terms of really creating information so that all MSCs are able to get information on what is available in the market. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Richard. I will have a follow-up question for you. And you can share the response with Dr. Mwansa here. In as far as, and you think about it for now. So while the agencies are promoting digitization and uptake of digital tools by MSCs, another arm of government is coming up with digital tax and say, for every SME that then plays with digital, we have a tax framework for you. And what we've seen is that then it tends to drive away formalization, because then so SMEs are afraid of formalizing, because formalizing puts you in purview of government and therefore puts you in a tax bracket, and nobody wants that. But think about it. Let me put this question to Niraj. And Niraj, I want you to speak to as an investor, speak to government agencies. These barriers also impact on investors, because investors want to invest in growing businesses, in businesses that are sustainable, in sectors that are sustainable. But these sectors are riddled with barriers after barriers that hold back investment, and nobody wants to put their money into something that you can clearly see is not going to yield. Now, if you were to speak to government, what are these barriers that, at least two, that they need to get out of the way, solve, so that investment can come into the space and grow these innovations?
Thank you, first of all, for giving me this platform to make myself unpopular with government. I appreciate that. Can I start with a brief introduction of who I am, and just so you know the voice that I'm speaking with. We are Novastar Ventures. We're a venture fund, one of the first in the region. And Sheena, I appreciate the fact that unicorns are not the answer to everything, but I am the designated unicorn hunter. We're looking for businesses that can become enormous commercial successes by transforming entire sectors across the entire continent, proving that you can make a lot of money and have enormous impact on the multitudes, the many, the tens of millions of people who need jobs, who need their businesses improved, etc. So that's what we're looking for. Entirely sector agnostic. We invest across East and West Africa, but that's the voice that you're hearing at the moment. The challenges, well, before we go into the challenges, let me start with a more hopeful note, which is many of you have seen all the reports, but just a reminder, the amount of investment going into venture capital, venture investment has gone up fourfold in the last year. It's gone up every year for the last 8. Kenya has been on that path as well. So the amount of money that is coming, venture money that is coming into Kenya is growing very rapidly. So yes, there is friction, but investors really believe in this. I'm sorry, not because of you guys, but because of all of those guys. Having said that, Kenya used to be the foremost destination for venture investment just about 4 or 5 years ago. Today, it's down to number 3 or 4 across Africa. That is a pretty stark decline in rank, if not in total amount of money. Why is that the case? And the answer to that is honestly just friction, right? And you've talked a little bit about the friction of M-Pesa costs. I think Frank mentioned that there's friction of logistics. But the things that really get in the way, that really scare people, is the uncertainty. So for example, this year, I'm already hearing noise about maybe we wait until September before we make an investment decision. We don't know what's going to happen in August. And you said, ever, no, it'll be, look, that was over a decade. What are we worried about? But there is still that fear. And it's not just the fear of something catastrophic happening, it's the fear of, I really like what you're saying, but will you be replaced by the new government? So do I need to wait? Right. And the same is true. I mean, that's honestly the fact that we don't yet have genuine continuity of policy is a real problem. And the digital tax, the minimum tax, and there's so many things like that. And each individual one is a problem, but the really big problem is we don't know what will come next week. And actually, you know, even if after it's come, we don't know what the High Court's going to say or what the Supreme Court's going to say. So we're constantly in flux. So that lack of continuity, and you know, great to have a master plan for innovation. It'd be great to have a master plan for everything, right? I realize in this sort of electoral system that's not possible. But that's number one, the big challenge. The second one is actually the challenge, the uncertainty around where the government's going to invest. So one of the big things that has gone really well in the last few years, I'm ignoring all of the noise around, you know, has the money been spent well, etc. But the improvements in infrastructure have been great. They've really transformed all of our companies that are importing things, all of our companies that transport things all around the country. It's been tremendous. But we don't know what is going to come next. We don't know, you know, for example, we've just made an investment into a company called Bazigo, which does electric buses. So it's trying to transform our buses from 20-something-year-old truck chassis that drive on diesel to electric today. If BRT works and goes electric, that's transformative for the company, for the industry. Will BRT still be a priority in a year's time? I don't know. We don't know, honestly. So I'd say that those are the two things, right? What are the taxes? What are the additional sources of friction that come along in the future? We don't know. There's that uncertainty. Where will there be investment and where will those priorities be? There's uncertainty. And underpinning all of this, and one of the challenges that all of these companies have to face is there's this dual track that all startups have to think about. One is survival and success today, right? So you know, all the stuff that Zumi is doing to make sure that they make that process of getting product to the micro vendor really seamless. That's got to happen and it's got to work today, because otherwise there's no money for them today. But they've also got to be thinking about what are the big challenges that are going to come next. So, well, of course, you know, climate change we talk about a lot. I'm not going to talk about that now. Changing consumer preferences. Will people still want to buy secondhand clothes, right? 5 years from now? There's going to be things, what is the impact of economic integration, regional economic integration, continental economic integration? All these companies have to think about what are the leapfrogs that have to happen. And they've got to think on both levels at the same time. And the more uncertainty you throw into today's world, the less they're able to think about what happens next. And the more the risk is that you create tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of jobs today, which you're then at risk in 4 years' time because companies weren't able to think in 3 to 4 year time horizons. I'm sorry, he made me do that.
Thank you very much, Pierre. And that takes the mic to Dr. Mons. Two things really. As you ponder about the questions put by the investor community, which are totally valid. Investment climate has got to it's got to have some semblance of stability for people to put their money. And as the president's oversaid, you know, let's focus on the work, and there's a time for politics. And you can hear that politics brings apprehension. Right now, it's going to be a very apprehensive period. Post-August, you know, people are going to hold their wallet. But holding the wallet has a direct effect on whether businesses stay afloat or not. You know, how long can that be held? But before you speak to that, the national agency has 6 key priority areas. You've listened to what's in the room today. and they're looking up to the agency as the anchor, the one that will enable for their solutions to grow, for the disruptions to grow. Thinking about those key priority areas, which ones do you think provide a ready home today, right here, right now, after this room? Which ones provide a home for these solutions? And how do they get there? Do they come to your office? Do they queue outside your big plum door and say, look, we want to see the big boss? Is there somebody at the agency they need to come and talk to and say, look, here's what we need to do with the agency as from tomorrow to begin getting these solutions to scale? So that speak to that, and speak to, you mentioned intergovernment agencies. So what's government doing right now with the politics coming to stabilize the environment, bearing in mind that businesses have to stay afloat after the elections?
I wish I would call State House to respond. Yeah, I mean, definitely the anxiety and the apprehension is understandable. So do I have it, so more like I don't necessarily have the entire answer, but I think the experiences of 2002 was a major wake-up call, that many things were left for granted, and we better proactively sort them out. And over the years, just like you say that, that was so many years ago, over time there has been a little more stability and an element of predictability, and I just pray and kind of believe we'll never go back there. In the context of the agency, as I go back to the mission statement, to try and develop and manage a national innovation system that facilitates taking ideas to market, I spent time to think through what should be the priorities, and that kind of speaks to the question. And we listed many things, and two things stood out: commercialization and startups. Okay, so those keywords. So in the context of commercialization, we're looking at many of the ideas that are early stage research institutions, universities, TVETs, and their structures and organization to help commercialization take place so that these ideas get to market. I have been to a number of universities, research centers, TVETs, and I'm amazed at how much potential there is. And you kind of feel like those things either stopped because they published a paper, or they didn't, or there was no incentive to move and finally engage with you, or it's just not in the culture, So yeah, I've done my bit. And so we began a number of initiatives and mechanisms and interventions to try and push that up, And then the second is startup. Last year we spent a lot on the commercialization track. This year, we're moving more and more into the startup track. We've got a system. I've got my manager there in charge of commercialization. So that element, I'm kind of putting it aside and moving into the startup track. And we are recruiting quite a number of staff. When I got to office, I was the only one. And we've just grown that to over 40 in a year. And we're going to have specific officers coordinating the narrative of startups. I've even had to start the process of overhauling the entire structure of Kenya so that it speaks to the key priorities that we have. Now, going to the narrative of startups is fairly broad. I mean, it starts with how we coordinate the incubation programs, accelerators, how we make it more convenient for an investor to access, get information. We're starting to do an annual report because, you have to assess where you're moving, which direction you're moving at national level. So we're designing a national innovation outlook. We've got a number of initiatives. I must say, though, and of course, even the startup track that we have, Startup Kenya, all that effort that we're putting in, and we hope to have all clarity before the end of the year. You see, for us to also grow this national innovation system, it means that these three people must speak. For me, my joy is that they are speaking. How hard they're speaking to each other is neither here nor there. For me now, I'm like, they are speaking. And the other guy on the other side is also listening and engaging, because the system is components. And my job is to try and grease the interaction between the various elements. So if he comes to my office and says, I've got a problem with KRA, are they in the room? No, thank you. So if he comes to me and says, I've got a problem with KRA, I have an obligation to write to KRA, all right? And then tell that story and say, there's this limitation, and let's see how we sort it out. After all, we are one government, all right? And how much runway we need to give these gentlemen and ladies, it's my responsibility. Whom I need to talk to, whether it's whether it's Kenyan Bureau of Statistics, Kenyan Bureau of Standards, that I'll gladly do. And we've done a few interventions in that regard. So be free to walk by. I'll try. All I'm saying is that I'll make effort. You know, whether I'll crack it, I'm not sure yet. But you know, policy environment is also something else that we are interested in. And we have to be cognizant of the fact that we are here now. We need to state where do we want to be and what's your contribution towards shaping and how can I help so that I guide that process so that we get to where we want to be. We weren't the same way we were 10 years ago. Well, there's some improvement. Yeah, there's some problems and we are losing momentum here and there, as you rightfully said. But it's partly also an element of the policy environment. We've been a little slow to talk policy because of how emotive it becomes, especially when you start engaging other stakeholders and, you know, but we definitely have an agenda on that track. The master plan is one entry point, you know, to try and organize things at national level. For me, I see it's bright. It's bright tomorrow. It may not be super today, but I think the more we are engaging and the more I see more younger generation involved in engaging, in questioning, in challenging, in contributing, I see a bright tomorrow. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Sheena, I'm going to give you another chance, but this time very practical. So you had, you know, the different innovations. Fortunately or unfortunately, we've been talking internally without external, you know, so we haven't, we have acted as if we're the only ones who live in Kenya. We're not, you know, and these amazing solutions would benefit from a hand holding on the outside to introduce them to various platforms where there can be partnerships, collaborations, and contributions to growth. As you live here today, what would you say are some of those platforms or movements or ecosystems that they can begin to tap onto, you know, from tomorrow? What do they need to do? They need, is that something they need to write to you? They need to ping you up on LinkedIn and say, Sheena, here we are. You say they're going to introduce us to Patricia and her team over there. You know, here's what's your take, please?
So for those of you who know me, I'm very energetic. I actually individually, I've made this, anybody that responds to me on messages me on LinkedIn, I do and I do make connections, and some work, some don't. I don't follow you up afterwards. You go and do your own thing. So to everybody in your room, if you do message me, I will respond, but I do share a lot of things online because I feel that's the way to do it. And I'm quite big on LinkedIn. That's where I share most of things. So one of the things that I will say is there are things that are already existing. So like I mentioned, I lead UK Kenya Tech Hub, and I can already tell you of some of the things that we have done that are available that I think will benefit most of you in this room. So one is people, we talk about talent, right? Talent is an issue. Like it's hard to hire good talent. It's hard to find good talent. We want to create new jobs. So we've created a program called the Digital Apprenticeship Program, where we take young people. You don't have to have a degree. You don't have to have, it can be a diploma, whatever it is. And we place them into businesses to create, to complete a digital project. Could be build a website, it could be a chatbot, it could be a digital marketing campaign, could be whatever you need. The cost of that is 20,000 shilling stipend for the intern for 3 months. And that intern has been, and that apprentice, sorry, I'm not using the word intern, has been trained, they've been vetted by us, they've had all this experience. So we've done 2 cohorts. 90% of those kids have been, they're not kids, 90% of the youth have been hired. They've been hired and businesses are willing to pay for it. I've had businesses come up to me and say, I cannot believe this talent exists in Kenya. So one, I would say to all of you out there who are looking for solutions, the talent is there. This program is running, whether it's your portfolio companies, whether it's your own organizations, whether it's companies you're looking to grow and scale, there is good talent in Kenya, and I can connect you with that. Number 2, regulation, policies, this has come up, and I think, sir, you've mentioned this. So we worked with the Ministry for the Business Climate Reforms, the Ministry of East Africa Community, and we developed a regulatory toolkit. So what that means is if you're looking to plan a business, launch a business, scale your business, we've got a toolkit which is relevant for businesses that basically highlights for free all the regulations in a way that's easy to access. We just finished phase 2, which included 10 counties, and phase 3 will do the rest. What that means now is you can get on the business regulatory toolkit and you can compare the cost of starting a business in Mombasa, a hotel in Mombasa versus Eldoret versus Kisumu. We will tell you automatically how much it costs, the license, like how long the process takes, the licenses that are available. All that information is out there. Think about how easy it is for the regulatory environment if you're able to know this information. Predictability, you know how much it costs, you know how long it will take. And we've also linked it to the county websites and the person you should call. So if you want somebody to harass, we've put their numbers there or their emails there. So go ahead and do it. So one thing I would say is things are out there. So follow, like you're right. I mean, I follow loads of people online and find lots of things and try and break barriers. One of the other programs I'll tell you are working on is called Forgotten Billions. And what we're doing there, right, is it's such a simple concept. I don't know if you know Michael Onyango. He used to be the ICT in Kisumu. He's like the biggest ecosystem player. I met him 3 years ago. And we were both struggling with how do we get information to the people who know who need it the most, like whether it's scholarships, whether it's funds opportunities, business opportunities. He said to me, Sheena, I get so many of these opportunities. I've just told young people, start a WhatsApp group. Your maximum WhatsApp group is what, 250 people? They start a maximum WhatsApp group. Every time he gets an opportunity, he shares it with them. I thought, what a brilliant idea. I did that with my nanny, my manicurist, my hairdresser. They're all in WhatsApp groups. Every time I get an opportunity, a scholarship, whether it's a UK one, whether it's a fund opportunity, I share it. Now this group, this community has grown into, they share about 500,000 opportunities a week. People who are in villages have won scholarships to the Netherlands and have come back. So information asymmetry. There's a lot of things that we can do. We always look for governments to find solutions and we always look for other people, but there's so many things we can do ourselves. And I think that's number one. So those are the things that are out there. The second thing I would say is if you want to be connected to somebody, ask me. I want to be connected to Kayana, or sometimes you might not know. So for example, the Office of the President, right? They've set up what's called the SME network of networks. This is it's a WhatsApp group, which I'm part of. I'm part of a lot of WhatsApp groups. This is an SME network of network, which basically has about 10 different SME networks within Kenya. And we share things with each other constantly. So if you need, and I'm telling you, there are people in that group who haven't heard about some that's available. Happy to connect you. I will make personal introductions to the SME groups, about 5 or 6 of them, with each of yours. Start talking and see the collaboration that follows. And I've seen that happen. Again, we partner with the likes of Kenya Innovation Week. We've got Pwani Innovation Week coming up. We've got the Connected Conference coming up with the Ministry of ICT. So lots of things are happening, but in silos. And we should take it upon ourselves to breach those silos when we see them instead of waiting for somebody else to. So, yeah.
Absolutely. And the SMEs in a room and everybody else watching online have taken something. And we as a facilitator would then follow up and see, are these taking place? But back to MCA as we round up this panel. Richard, please speak to which door do SMEs in this room need to come and knock tomorrow to get them engaging with MCA in trying to unlock some of the potential. Some of them already work with the micro enterprises. So for example, Somo right here, they are already facing that challenge of the smaller they come, the lesser they want to play with digital, and the lesser they want to play, let alone the cost of bundle, the cost of airtime. People are going back to, they call you with a button here. Like, hi, Richard, call me back. Because they want to spend as little as possible. Now you have been established by an act of law, isn't it? An act of parliament. So on which do they need to come tomorrow, start engaging, start seeing how collaboratively some of these barriers can be, you can start thinking about them. You can start engaging next door with Kenya and somebody else and collaboratively see how we can engage other private sector players to begin to address these hidden costs that are by themselves barriers, and to the growth of small businesses. So please tell us tomorrow. I want to come with them while my suit is still clean, to have a conversation.
Thank you, Charles. Let me start with the issue of taxation first. Yes, there's a lot of fear among entrepreneurs in terms of really getting formalized for fear of being getting into the tax bracket. And I think that's a problem that we're all facing. And what we're doing as an institution is that we understand there's a cost to become formalized. But at the same time, there are benefits that an entrepreneur can really realize as a result of being formalized. So what we're promoting is that we are communicating benefits as to why an entrepreneur needs to be formalized. And of course, also as a result of it, an aspect of tax comes in. So what you're doing is that we have a number of facilities that we are tying to the benefits. Once an institution gets or entrepreneur or an institution gets registered, we have a number of facilities that they can make use of that are provided with common user facilities. We have industrial centers and parks spread across various parts of the country. And what you are now focusing on is in terms of increasing connectivity, internet connectivity to those CIDCs, industrial constituency industrial development centers, because we realize that they are spread across the country and they are nearer to entrepreneurs and youth spread across the country. So that is an area in terms of really enhancing connectivity. And this is something that we'll be discussing with the relevant agencies in terms of how do we have like common facilities with the internet that entrepreneurs can make use. So apart from that, we also understand the cost and that the entrepreneurs and youth face in terms of really the cost of using these platforms. And we have an office. We are in Nairobi, Utalii House, and we also have regional offices spread across the country. But again, we're also promoting use of technology because that is something that we cannot do without. We are having an online platform that was rolled out a few weeks ago, which we are using to formalize entrepreneurs. We got it through the support of UNDP. So one is able to log into a website and be able to get registered as an association or as an MSC. We're also having a platform that on online business development service that was rolled a few weeks ago so that entrepreneurs can make use. So basically what we're doing is that we understand we cannot operate in isolation as an institution. There are many more support mechanisms that other agencies have put in place. And this, we recognize the role that each player plays. And what we want to do is that as a regulator, we have a role in terms of really breaking silos and having a level playground in terms of information flow among players. So through visiting our office, we're able to provide more information, but at the same time, we'll pursue the aspect of even engaging Safaricom to see how do you unlock this challenge? How do we really help entrepreneurs for those who are having challenges with registration? Whether you can have a common way of having a registration that probably helps some of these entrepreneurs be able to make use of other facilities without necessarily becoming a hindrance. Because as it is now, the problem of credit and other issues is a hindrance to their growth. So that is a barrier that we need to, of course, we'll take it up in terms of how do we engage with other sister organizations like Kenya and Safaricom in terms of really unlocking that challenge. And of course, you also want to promote aspect of standardization, products that are competitive enough. And this is an area that you can use technology in terms of having entrepreneurs to, being able to produce products and services that can compete favorably in the market and take advantage of markets beyond Kenya. And these we also working with Kpis and beyond, and we're exposing them even to other platforms, marketing platforms, whereby they're able to showcase their products. And what you're doing is that we want to focus on value chains that can be used, that can be replicated in others. For instance, the agribusiness value chain. That is an area that we focused on. The many players that we've linked to the market using online platforms, the youth in Tharaka Nithi who are engaged in honey, others in Kericho County. So what we want to do is that we want to have like model entrepreneurs that can influence others to be able to adopt technologies that others are using. So we believe that through seeing those businesses that are growing as a result of use of technology, many more entrepreneurs are able to adopt it, so that in the long run, we're able to have mentor entrepreneurs or mentor institutions spread across the country, that now we can use the same model in replicating adoption of technology and overcoming some of those barriers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Before you have your seats, And in the interest of time, I just realized it's 1 o'clock already. So I want to speak to our entrepreneurs in the room. Not every day you get a chance to have a big brother in the house and talk to the big brother, and you've had the opportunities that they have presented. They've basically thrown the gauntlet back to you and said, look, our doors are open. You come and talk to us if you want to take your solution to scale. But I want to give you a few minutes. One ask each. I will start with Twiva. One ask each. What is a one ask that you put a big brother, any of the big brothers here, there's something that they can unlock for you to see you move from a couple of thousands of MSMEs to something close to 50,000, 100,000 MSMEs. What is the one thing that they would unlock for you and get you up and running?
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity. I think I've spoken to majority of them, and Elijah, I think we have had conversations around our fundraising. So of course, I have not met you in person, so I'm looking forward to advancing the conversation. That would be the ask for you. And for Richard, I think I've been hunting for MCA for the last, 6 months. So again, I'm happy that you're here. And the ask for me is this, it's very simple. We are trying to serve the same people, MSMEs. So the same thing we are doing with Kpis, which is giving us access to the MSMEs in whatever flavor. It could be just the awareness bit, because I think for us as Twiva, one thing we realize is that there is no the awareness for the small businesses that there are actually digital platforms like Twiva that are actually solving their challenge, and they are quite affordable and they can help them resolve. In our case, we are trying to solve the access to market. So how can we partner? And I think for the partnership to work, there has to be access. To be quite frank, there is that friction point of access, just knocking the right door. And then mine is to articulate the areas of synergy and how we can co-create value for these people. But the access to the right bodies like MCA is so hard to do. So again, the ask would be, how do you advance the conversation around how we can co-create value for the MSMEs, and particularly, so how can we collaborate to make sure that there is awareness of not only a platform like Twiva, because there's a spectrum of other platforms that they can take advantage of. So the ask being, how do we advance the conversation and explore areas of partnership? Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was a direct ask. I will pass the mic over to Somo. Please you ask, well, we still have the big brother in house.
Hi, again, it's Caroline. So my challenge at Tengeneza is twofold, right? It is, how do I get my products to market? I have Kpis, my products are certified and all of that. But if I go to say QuickMart, for example, I don't have 1,000 sales in my register, but I can get there. So any help doing that would be fantastic. And also getting more entrepreneurs to use this space, because I have facilities, I have production help, I have a team on the ground, but convincing them that this space is worth it is hard. So anyone everywhere who could be of assistance, I'd really appreciate it.
Yep. Duca Technologies, now Market Force. I've also had some very practical challenges around even obtaining CBK licensing for some of the products that they have. Roy, could you please place that ask?
Yeah, so I think I'm excited to hear from Dr. Monsa, especially around the initiative to curate opportunities for us to deliver, innovations for government agencies, especially, without having to go through the procurement hurdles, because to be honest, this is one of the things that really, gets us to focus on the private sector rather than government. But I think with such an initiative, then it makes it easier, but it also gives us a very sort of straightforward path to follow, knowing at the end of it, there's something in it for us. Beyond that, I think to Charles's point, we would be happy if we could see more regulatory sandboxes. I think we've seen one from the Capital Markets Authority, Would be happy to see one from other regulatory agencies such as the CBK, which makes it easy for us to then go out and tick all the boxes that will lead us to be licensed without breaking the bank or spending too much of our resources on this path. Thank you.
Would you pass it over to Arifu right over there to place your ask?
Thank you. So for us, Zarifu, our ask would be to be connected to more entrepreneurs, micro retailers who could benefit from, there's the content that's already there for the project we have, but we have developed more content on economic recovery and other modules that focus on things like farming and business management and financial literacy. So the aim is to reach out to more people, engage more people who can benefit from the content, and also get to utilize our platforms. Aside from SMS, there's also WhatsApp, there's Telegram, there's Facebook Messenger, and there's a huge opportunity for more people to learn, especially here in Kenya. So that would be our ask, to get connected to different networks and different associations that can benefit from all this amazing content, which, as we mentioned, we offer it free of cost to everyone who engages with the platform. So yes, that would be our ask.
Julius, right? You're sitting in for Frank, isn't it? Yes, so if you pass on the mic to Julius on behalf of 10 Census to please place an ask.
Yes, I have two asks. So one is to ask if Dr. Mwasa can, if we have existing engagements with government entities, for instance, that would benefit from some of our solutions. And we met hurdles for one reason or another. Would it be, are they able to provide an environment where they can mediate some of these discussions, maybe where we can share some of the challenges we encountered? And if they can be able to then see if the challenge is valid and then get it to a forum where we can be able to table some of our solutions and what some of the challenges we got. Secondly, would cut across Sheena as well, would be to be able to know if we could get access to some of these forums where some of the smallholder aggregators exist, and we could be able to maybe find collateral which we can share and see if we can get synergy in some of the things we're already offering. Yes.
Right, and Mark, you can see me. I'm looking at you. I mean, Mark is my colleague, and I'm going to put you on the spot. You have spent humongous amounts of time working with these innovators, seeing potential for growth, understanding what it takes for scale. And when we have this amazing panel here, what are the two things that you'd want to put to them that would help unlocking the path for some of these innovations?
Thanks, Charles. Maybe I can try and speak on behalf of a couple of the grantees, the entrepreneurs that have had to leave and have brought up some of their asks, I think, in their presentations and our discussions. Some of it, I think the panel have already started to address, but maybe these are key points that could come out again. A number of the innovations are working with MSMEs, so it's really great that we have the right authorities in the room that are supporting MSMEs. And some of the themes that I think have come out that you've heard, and certainly in our discussions, have been, how do we get more people to engage in technology, use technology as an MSME? And some of the barriers or some of the challenges are the costs. So we talked about the cost of data. I think we've maybe briefly mentioned, but can at least mention also the cost of transacting digitally. I think when we look at the costs, we find actually transacting small amounts digitally proportionally costs a lot more than transacting large amounts. So what can be done on the cost side? I think we've also heard from our grantees like Zumi about how they're formalizing. We also heard from Hello Tractor. We talked about the people that they're working with are unbanked, informal businesses. And what they're doing with Zumi and Hello Tractor and others is actually moving somehow towards a formal business. And they've told me also, and I think Charles has mentioned, you know, they find barriers to that. It's often hard to convince an MSME, an MSE to become formal. Again, there's the fear maybe of taxation or, you know, what's going to happen to me as I register. So it's great to hear, you know, how do we make the positives about that? I think we'd like to hear more about that. How can we make sure that it's attractive for businesses to formalize? Maybe it's a matter of putting together all of these innovations and services that are being created, but just generally, how can we make sure that it's a positive step? You mentioned the numbers that are formal, and it's quite a low proportion. So what more can be done to introduce them into the formal side? Because I think from there, these great innovations that are being presented today add further benefits to being formalized, whether it's access to credit, access to better prices, ways of managing your business. So yeah, I think those would be the asks that we hear commonly, and it would be great to hear how those can be addressed.
Thank you very much, Mark. So as you prepare to have your final comment on that, I would like to make a very, very formal, what is the word you use when you want to recognize somebody in the room? Yes, a formal recognition. Noreen Tiga, my sincere apologies. Noreen Tiga is the head of SME at the Office of the President. So we have a big brother in the house. We've been trying every roundtable to have Noreen, and today we have Noreen. And Noreen, once the panelists here have responded, I'm going to give you the mic to speak to the strategy that you're deploying at the Office of the President to support MSMEs and SMEs, and what can we do together with the Office of the President to address some of the barriers that were also raised here by the SMEs and some of the asks that they put in place. So once they have a round, I'm going to give you the mic to speak to the room. Thank you very much.
I'm glad you gave me first, because I really will have to step out for a call that had been planned around this time. Let me just kind of like go back to the question of procurement. It's not that bad, you know, as long as you can follow a procedure, you know. It's just that sometimes it also gets a little tedious, more so when you're not formalized. All right. So there is the value of being formalized, because then it can make some things a lot easier. But while you are undergoing that process, then I think I'll speak to the key points around how the agency then can support and enable you to access certain, you know, opportunities. So the agency is a bit young. Like I did say, I've been in office a little over a year, and we started off with the commercialization track. So we've built a team around, and we've set up a number of programs, and they've kind of taken off. Now we're transitioning into the startup track. And in the next round of recruitment, I expect to build a team around this track. And as we start the new financial year, which is in July, is when I hope to mount this program around, you know, bridging, we call it a fellowship of sort, because, you know, sometimes you have to package things in a language that then they will be understood by a group of people that you need to convince, including your board, including, you know, the ministry and so forth. And I'm really looking forward to opening up this possibility. Because I see there's huge opportunity. The good thing with a government agency is when I write to another government agency, I'll expect a response within a week. There's a culture there, you know, and the goodwill to support. So that's my commitment to the startup track on how to open as many of these possibilities as possible. Now, around, you know, convincing agencies to get together and explore. I know, Sheena, you've been involved in some of this work around getting agencies together. More than happy to do it, especially as we zoom more and more into the startup track. There are more than 200 government agencies, and getting them together sometimes is also not easy. It's all, and there's also the silo thing in government. So when you go to Ministry X, they speak to each other. And then you go to Ministry Y, it's not necessarily. So if you want to speak to Ministry Y, then you have to go to the head of that ministry, and then it comes down, and then sometimes it takes a bit of time. But those initiatives we definitely want to do. I think it's about clustering, where we say, if this is specific agenda we want to focus on, who do we need around the table? And we did initiate that. And even as part of the Kenya Innovation Week, we seriously considered it. Part of it we did, part of it we didn't do. But we're getting more organized and we are learning. Like I said, I'm also new in government, learning how the systems and the ropes work in there. I think it is something we'll be very deliberate in doing because that determines also our success. And you're welcome, I think, to also make proposals based, you're on the ground. So you're like, okay, this is a challenge we're facing. And as an agency, if you did this, brought the following people to the table, we will, make headway. Frankly, I'll sign that the following day. Engagements with the mobile operators about supporting, issues of cost and so forth, that we can do. I mean, like, it doesn't take me anything to write a letter to a ministry and or an MNO. We can do. I think it might be a question of how do we build the case strongly enough? Because I know when individual startups approach an MNO, the conversation ends the following day. But if I approached it with a very strong case from behind, like maybe there's an association and there are so many cases, it might be a lot easier. I think it's strategy in that case. Yeah, I hope I have kind of pointed to a number of those issues.
Yeah, I mean, I think I don't really have that much more to add except for what I've said, which is the UK Kenya Tech Hub. We're here, we're around. Part of my mandate is building linkages. So it's part of my job to try and link whether you're an SME with the MSME or with a startup or with a tech company or a group, etc. Actually work very closely with Noreen, and the SME network of networks that I'm mentioning is the one that's under Anmatai and the team. So happy to have you here. Really, I think just reach out and I will follow up with all of the 10 here, and I will make those connections and work strongly as we have with Tony and his team and others to do that. So thank you all. I think what was really inspiring is just hearing about your journey. I've followed some of you from a very, very long time. So it's really exciting to see how far you've come. So well done.
I'll respond to the first question raised by Peter of Twiva. There's room for us to work together, not only Twiva, but other innovators. I know we have the issue of procurement processes in government, but I think when those procedures are well followed, we can work together. But I want to encourage you and the rest of the entrepreneurs to embrace aspect of collaboration or linkages among players, because as you can see from the presentations, there are quite a number of innovations that are linking to each other. So as we're doing so, I think we'll be creating more synergy and increasing access. And by so doing, even linking up with the government agencies becomes very easy. So let's promote innovators linkages. At the same time, our doors are open. You can all reach us. You can have a conversation, then be able to advise you on the way forward on how we can work together and how we can scale up the innovations. On the issue of issue raised by 10 Census on linkages to many entrepreneurs, yes, I think there are many aggregators dealing in the various value chains, and that is what we can do, and other players can do in terms of linking it to various players. So as we do so, I think it would be very important that we also enhance an aspect of trust and ethical issues at any point in time, that we build confidence of entrepreneurs, because anything that contains the reputation of any player and then it affects, really to build that reputation may take a long time. So aspect of ethical issues is very important, and building trust among players is very important. On the issue of making formalization attractive, I think I agree with you, Mark, that we need to promote more incentives than the cost aspects, so that entrepreneurs are able to see benefit, actual or tangible benefits, the ones that they can get now and in the future. And I think there are many incentives that are there provided by government and other agencies that probably many entrepreneurs may not be aware. Is our role, maybe it's a challenge to us to really communicate further in terms of what we have and how they can make use for their growth. Thank you.
That's a very leading question. It sounds like the answer you're expecting is no. But just to emphasize one thing, which is that all the problems that you face have been solved by somebody, almost all of them. And you know, when I get together with entrepreneurs, it's like when we do this, we bring our whole portfolio together. We once every 2 or 3 months. And do you know who they never want to talk to? Me. They want to talk to each other because they've solved those problems, right? I'm just the guy who's connecting them. So to emphasize what everyone else has said, talk to each other, right? That'll be much more valuable than talking to me or anyone else in this panel. No offense meant to you guys, right? But talk to the guys who've already solved the problem. And if we create a culture of sharing that, everyone's lives is going to be much, much easier.
Thank you very much. Let's give a round of applause to our panelists here. Well done. Please, you may resume your seats. And I will invite Noreen to come over here so that the cameras are on you. You represent a big office.
Thank you. Thanks, Moni. Good afternoon, everybody. Well, I wouldn't want to be the person standing between you and your lunch, so I'll make this very, very brief. My name is Noreen Deka. I manage the programs at the SME Advisory Unit, which is a department that is housed within the Executive Office of the President. And I heard one of you saying, I wish State House was here to answer the question. Well, I've been seated silently behind there, taking notes. My neighbor can witness. It's a pleasure to be here with you this afternoon and even in the morning. I like that this was evidence-based. Most of the workshops you go for, you go and you strategize and you plan of these big things that you're going to go out there and do. But I like this because it was evidence-based. We've gotten to see these innovators. We've been showcased what it is that they're doing. And we can say they're doing great things. And my colleagues from the government agencies, Richard and Dr. Mwansa, you can confirm that their asks or what it is that they've been asking for, those are doable things, isn't that so? Those are things which, if you're put directly in touch with the government agencies, you should be able to overcome those hurdles. I like the fact that we spoke about collaborative values. It's very, very important because we work in silos. And for those who try to reach the government, you'll realize that it's only effective if you speak in one voice. For example, the innovators we had in this room, should you go together as a voice to Dr. Omwansa, you have more power and he has no reason not to answer you. Yeah. But with government agencies, if you go as an individual to Richard, then that is where the runaround starts. So for me, my take home from this meeting is to encourage you, if you can come together, put all your asks, together, you can get my contacts, but I'm sure even Richard and Dr. Mwansa at hand to be able to assist you with those asks because they're doable. On the issue of informality, the only way we can overcome this, in the MSME sector is if the government is able to offer incentives. And what we're already doing or what we're looking at is a multi-agency approach. As you've heard, we are over 200 agencies within the government. So, are you running to KIE? Are you running to Kiranji? Are you running to Kpis based on what it is that you need? Through a multi-agency approach, we should be able to offer incentives. Because if we talk about SMEs as being the engine of growth for the country, are we treating them with the respect and the dignity that they deserve? If SMEs are actually providing 7 out of 10 jobs within the country, that means it's a whole multitude of employees that are held under the SME umbrella. So giving them the dignity and the respect that they deserve I think it translates into us as government being able to sit down and ask, are we meeting these people at their point of need? And I think this has started. And as rightfully mentioned, it's working in silos. But what we're trying to do as a government is to bring these agencies together. And this was done through the toolkit that was offered recently, the national toolkit that Sheena mentioned. I think we brought many agencies together. I was there in the Naivasha meeting, and they were able to confirm what their commitments are. And for those who are not able to get information, this is accessible online. You can get the details from Sheena. How is it that you access these offerings from the government? So for us, as the SME advisory unit, we push for a framework, which we have observed over time and we think is evidence-based on how it is that a legal and regulatory business support services can be offered for SMEs. That should be one of the pillars. We also look at the pillar of access to finance, and this we've been able to approach and cover through the partial credit guarantee scheme that was launched. And this is being offered through 7 banks for those who've been able to access. But we realized that this was only touching to the medium growth SMEs. So now we are looking at a program that would cover the micro, those who are able to access funding through the fintechs, through Safaricom and the mobile phones. So how is it that we can cover those because they're the larger base? And then also market access. How do we bridge that gap to make sure that the SMEs are able to access markets? One of you, I know you said you would like to get into QuickMart. How do we make sure that the goods and services that she actually is carrying are able to get to the stores? So that is market access. And then also skills upgrade. SMEs, they get trained, but are we training them for the right thing? Do you look at the capacity of that business and actually get tailor-made training services for them? So this is also something that we are discussing at government level. So we feel that if these 4 pillars are covered, then we will be able to walk with an SME through their journey from startup level to high growth. Startup level being where someone is asking questions like, how do I register my business, right? To the last level, the last mile, where that person, if they're exporting, they're able to get to the market access point whereby they're able to get their goods out, and be able to trade at that level. So this is a journey that we're encouraging all agencies to work with the businesses as they give them the dignity and the respect that they deserve as the drivers of the economy of Kenya. So it's a pleasure, and I'd like to congratulate the teams here, UK Aid, Kenya Catalytic Jobs Fund, you're doing an awesome job. UK Tech Hub, you're doing an awesome job, and the government agencies too. Thank you.
Time now is 1:35, isn't it? 1:35. Let me tell you something. There was a time I was here for an event, and after the event, I got a bit distracted, and when I went to look for lunch, it was all taken away. And they asked me, which group were you with? I said the name of the group. I said, but the buffet for the group has been taken away. It took me another 1 hour to try and get a bite. So let's not let it happen today. I want to thank you all very much for gracing this occasion, for the KCGF grantees who made the presentations, and it was more like pitching again, but now pitching on what you have achieved, and building a case for how do you take it to scale. I want to thank our panelists, government agencies, and UK Tech Hub and Novastar for taking the time to share, how some of these innovations we can collaborate and expand space for skill. But most importantly, I also want to thank Noreen for sharing your sentiments, and also for something very, very, very critical you said, and which is true, that governments don't usually ordinarily speak to individual businesses. You go there as an individual business, pursuing individual interests, they'll take you round and round and round. But if you go as a grouping, as an association, then they will listen because they see a bigger body behind you, a bigger force behind you, and they are forced to this. And that takes us to how we are integrating with the respective value chains, how we're integrating with the respective industry associations, how we are building much bigger voice for our solutions beyond the growth of our individual enterprises. That's something we are going to try and think about more and see how we can strengthen, even within the KSGF. You know, is there something more we can do with strengthening these spaces where there's a larger voice that would then anchor these collaborations. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I want to invite you for lunch. Imani, tell us where lunch is. People are hungry and people want to eat.
All right. Thank you so much. Kwahayo, machache, na mafupi, marefu. At the risk of watering down everything that has been mentioned, lunch is ready. It's being served outside. So before you go out, I have things that look like this. Sorry. It's like a ticket. So you kind of get a ticket. I'm going to leave them with Violet. So please leave your name, your organization, and a functional email as you're picking your ticket for lunch. And thank you so much for coming. We really enjoyed having you on here today. And the people joining us virtually, thank you for staying on. It's been a couple of hours, so we really appreciate your patience, and we do hope that you've gotten to learn from our interaction. Do have a fantastic rest of your day.